Hello and welcome to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel, and welcome to another Let's Play of Zweihander. The Zweihander role-playing game, a grimdark fantasy role-playing game that was released a couple of months ago. I have already run a one-shot of this system, and I have also created a short video for those of you who want to check out the rules before they start watching this video. There's a link to the my other video in the description underneath this video. It's just a 10-minute video where you get to know how Zweihander works, what the basic rules are, all you need to know basically to play in a short game of Zweihander. This, however, is not such a short game. This is probably a short campaign that will be running for about 3 to 4 sessions, we'll see, and it's called A Bitter Harvest, as you can see. It is actually the introductionary adventure that is in the Zweihander Core Rolebook. So if you get the Core Rolebook, you'll find at the very end of the rulebook, you'll find this adventure. It's a pre-written adventure. That said, I have made a few small changes here and there, added a few minor NPCs and a few scenes here and there, and changed a few things just a little bit. So when you are reading it, don't be too surprised if things are not completely the same as in the core rulebook. Also, a quick warning. This is Zweihander. As I said, it is dark fantasy, so we will definitely be dealing with some mature themes in here. There'll be gore, there'll be other things. So just be aware of that. Okay, so for tonight and for the next couple of weeks that we will be playing this, we have 4 player characters and 4 players. This campaign is set north of the large, massive, ancient city of Melgard that we have, well, visited in my last one-shot, The Dance of the Dead. This is more of a rural area, a lot of small towns and villages scattered all through, and a couple of large rivers flowing through. It is an area with no central government. It's every township, every village for themselves. There is a few fairly rich towns, a few fairly poor towns, and anything in between. The roads between those settlements can be dangerous, as there are bandits and inhuman dangers every now and then cropping up, and people in general walk around armed. It is, as you might have gleaned from the title of this short campaign, it is autumn. The harvest is just being brought in, and winter is approaching rapidly. Oh, my camera is out of focus. Come on. Sorry about that, guys. Don't know what's going on here. There we go. So this campaign, our player characters have met each other on the road, and they have been traveling with each other for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. They have their own different reasons, but they have all decided to travel to the port town of Swanzi. It is a river port town of maybe 500-600 people or so, and it is moderately wealthy. There's a couple of fairly rich businessmen, traders that are to be found in this town, and basically the ruling council of this town. And our player characters are looking for work in one way, shape, or form, and they are looking for a place to spend the winter. They are mostly nearly running out of money, so they definitely need some sort of job very soon. And as they arrive within this town, our adventure begins. So it is a late afternoon, maybe about an hour and a half, 2 hours before nightfall. The nights are already getting fairly long, as winter, as I said, is approaching. The nights are also fairly cold, so sleeping outside is quite uncomfortable, not to speak of dangerous. However, luckily you have arrived in the port town of Swanzi, surrounded by a thick wooden wall. As you arrive in the city, or in this town, there's a few members of what looks to be a local watch or something at the gates, but they easily let you through. And you do come into this town to realize that most of the streets seem to be fairly empty. There's very few people around, far less people than you would have expected. There's a small port on one side. You can see 2 or 3 riverboats tied up there. And there's about maybe 100 or so houses. you have heard from the guards at the gate, that there is only one single tavern, a very large one, however, pretty much in the center of the town. And that tavern is called the Old Tower because it stands next to an old tower. That old tower is a slightly shaky-looking stone construction, half covered in moss and vines that seem to have overgrown it in the last decades or so. This is definitely not in use. Maybe it was once some sort of minor fortress or watchtower or such a thing. The old tower, the inn itself, is a large stone building that looks fairly new and stands on a small plaza. And as I said before, as you are approaching this plaza, you would be expecting people to be on the road or in the plaza for quite a bit. And there are a few people around, but most of them are gone. So you're not quite sure what is going on, but clearly for some reason, most of the people are absent, maybe in their homes or maybe somewhere else. And as you're approaching the tavern to hopefully find a place to stay for the night, if you can afford it, and maybe find some sort of job or so, some of our player characters have received some basic information about this area that they might know from their backstory. And we'll see how that plays out. So, as always in my games, I give my player characters, or my players, the chance to introduce their own characters for a brief moment or so, to give a physical description and maybe a little bit of background information. And tonight, we will be starting with Tom, and Tom is playing Wanda. Tom, give us a quick description of Wanda. What does she look like? What is her basic background, and what's she doing at this very moment as you're approaching the door of this old tavern inn? Old Tower Inn.
Hi, I'm playing Wanda Welchmertz, a 27-year-old female charlatan. She's 175 centimeters, about 5'9", and 69 kilos or 154 pounds. She's blonde, corn yellow actually, which is a bit blonde like Trump. Wearing dark clothing, and the most remarkable aspect of her appearance is that she has mismatching eye colors. One of her eyes is gray, the other one is light brown. She has grown up on a fair with traveling carnies, going from one town to another, trying to bring people a little bit of solace. It was a hard life. She doesn't have any money. Well, almost no money. At one point, at one such fair, she ran into Ruprecht, who was actually
let
female.
Darren tell that story.
Okay. Well, that's where I met Ruprecht, and we hang out a little bit there. Did some stuff that Darren will tell about later. And a few weeks after that, we met again in a different town under different circumstances. And ever since then, we've been hanging out together and traveling together to Swanzi, where I will be looking for work in this fairly new carnival that I heard about. And that's my reason for coming here.
All right, excellent. And moving over to James, who is playing Garrett the Outrider today. James, give us a quick introduction to your character, please.
Okay, yeah, so Garrett is early 30s, sort of light brown hair, it's kind of growing out a bit. He's got a bit of a smattering of a beard. His one feature is his piercing grey eyes. But Garrett grew up in the nearby town where he was brought up quite on a sort of middle class kind of family. And then one day his mother and father and his young sister were killed by the noble who his father was in the militia for. So he kind of fled the town, wanted by the nobleman because he was the last remaining member of the family. And he's ended up living in the forest ever since, doing occasional work as an outrider for various armies through various conflicts. But at the moment, he's kind of winter is coming, and he's kind of he needs to get his food stores up, and it's going to be harder to hunt during winter and stuff. So he's tending to go out looking for work in order to get the coin, in order to build up his store for winter. He knows Brandon, who's a childhood friend, and who has up to now been his kind of ears and eyes in the town.
And whose name is Gotrek, not Brandon.
Oh, Gotrek. Oh, sorry. Right. Okay. Gotrek, and who's been his ears and eyes in the town. Keep Garrett informed of what's going on. At the moment, he's kind of him and Gotrek have headed off towards this Swanzi in order to find some work. Apparently, some work there in order to get the coin together. And Godrek's come along with for his own reasons, which I'm sure he'll tell you in a minute. But yeah, that's pretty much Garrett's story. He's wanted. He's rural. He keeps himself to himself, but he's pretty good at what he does, and he needs cash.
All right. Excellent. And moving over to Darren, who is playing, well, depending on who you ask, Ruprecht or Astrid, which is the same character, but Darren will tell you about that a bit more. Go ahead, Darren.
Okay. Yes, of course. And Astrid, as the party knows, it's actually a girl. She is a young girl, only 16 years old. She'd spent the last 5 years of her life in a nunnery where her noble parents, they were rich and they wanted her to be married, so they put her there so she'd stay nice and be good and be trained how to be a proper wife. However, she rejected that completely and escaped. She met up and formed a sort of a bond with Wanda because, and she decided when she escaped that she was going to disguise herself as a male, as a man, so that she could get through the world a little easier, she thought, and to, excuse me, to also avoid her parents and the church, which are probably on the lookout for her because she's shanghaied, she's left. So she met up with Wanda, and she's on her way to Swanzi because she'd heard she's sort of has this adventurous streak now that she's free. She's outside of the nunnery. She wants to go out and discover this wide, wonderful world, but she's quite intimidated. So she wants to get into with a group of people for protection. And then she also heard rumors about in Swansea, in the nearby area, there were some mutants years ago, like about 15 years ago, they had some incidents where there were orcs, which I'd never seen or heard of until this rumor. So I thought, wow, that's pretty neat. I'd like to check that out. And they left behind supposedly loot or artifacts of some sort. So I'm on my way there. I've told Wanda and the rest of the group kind of why I'm going there. And my appearance wise, I have weak lungs. That's what I rolled for. I have weak lungs, and I tend to wheeze. And if I get excited and stuff, I have to smoke a pipe, and it's supposed to help with my lungs. That they told me that in the nunnery. So I smoke a pipe. I'm fairly small stature, about 120 pounds, maybe 115 pounds, about 5'4", pretty small. I dress masculine, like pants and quilted armor jacket. I have my hair long, but it's sort of not in any fashionable sense. It's a bit wild, and I usually have a hood on. Distinguishing features would be, I guess I rolled for eyelashes. I'm quite a bit vain in that regard. And that's I think about it for Astrid, and she's known as Ruprecht. She's picked her name. She's Astrid to her friends, her close friends, but she calls herself Ruprecht to everybody else, and everybody else is supposed to sort of keep that secret. She's hoping. And I think that covered it.
All right, excellent. And last but not least, we have Brandon, who is playing Gotrek, the warrior slash former town guard, I suppose. So Brandon, go ahead and tell us a bit about your character Gotrek.
All right, so Gotrek is like mid-30s. He has like brown, shaggy hair. but it's pretty distinguishable. He has long sideburns on both sides of his face with bright blue eyes. He's carrying, he's about 5'6", average height, not too stocky. He carries a sword and a buckler with a crossbow on his back. He recently took the fall for a captain in the city, so he met up with Garrett. Heard there was some work, and he's looking just to get out of the area. That's pretty much it.
All right, excellent. And that is our group. So you guys are, as I said, approaching the Old Tower Inn, and the streets are mostly empty. The inn door, however, is open, and you can hear what sounds like quiet whistling from inside, someone whistling a jaunty tune. The windows are also wide open, and you can see that there is light already lit inside. And as you approach, you can smell food being prepared. And there is also what seems to be a little bit of warmth, so probably some sort of large fire burning inside. What do you wish to do?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving. It's been a long trip. I would say we pick up some grub in the tavern. The old tower looks inviting.
There is, in fact, a sign above the door which says "Ye Old Tower" with like a crumbling tower symbol next to it. For those of you who can read, by the way.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I really could do with a hot cup of soup or something like that.
Yeah, Wanda, let's do it. I've got about 8 silver pieces left to my name. We might be able to even rent a room or something here if we need a place to stay.
8 silver is quite a bit of money. It's not like a fortune by any means, but it's more than the average person would have on them usually. The exchange rate, by the way, is 12 copper pieces is 1 silver shilling, and 20 silver shillings is 1 golden crown. Gold crowns is not usually something you would see unless you're like a merchant or a nobleman. Normal people don't deal in gold coins.
Okay.
Not a lot of money, you say. It's about 5 times as much as I have on me. And this is as wealthy as I've ever been.
Wanda looks a bit confused. She's used to, when she was young, seeing money and being surrounded by wealth, and never has been destitute. And so she's like, really? I figured this wasn't much at all. I was just hoping to, okay, well, let's rent a room then and get something to drink.
Well, we know who's paying then, don't we?
Yeah. Well, drinks are on me, guys.
Yay. Well, yeah, well, we could check. Maybe your rooms will be a bit, well, out of budget, but maybe we can find like a sack of straw in a common room or something.
Well, everybody's like standing around debating what to do. I just like push past everybody and walk in.
All right. You can see inside there are a lot of tables. It's quite a large inn. There's about maybe a dozen or so large sort of oval wooden tables surrounded by stools and chairs. There is one large hearth fire burning brightly. There's a long, dark wooden bar, and there's a lot of already like mugs and glasses and such prepared standing on the bar. There's 2 what looks to be large wooden kegs, and you could smell what smells like roasted meat coming from the kitchen, which the door to the back is half open and leading into the kitchen. And you can see it looks near like there's some preparation for some sort of large rush of people, although there's only one person there at the moment who seems to be the innkeeper, a bald guy, maybe in his mid-50s or so, with a bit of a tummy, fairly wide-shouldered, probably was a bit of a stronger fella in his youth, and wearing like a gray apron, which is fairly clean actually. And he's whistling to himself as he's checking like everything and just putting the mugs just so on the bar and such. And he looks up to you as you push in, and he says, I haven't heard the bells yet. Is it already over? I didn't expect anyone for another half an hour or so.
I look around, expecting people.
Oh yes. Oh wait, you're not part of the wedding celebrations, are you?
Yes.
Oh, you are? Well, that's good. Take a seat. I assume more people will be coming soon then.
Yeah, they should be here quite soon.
All right. Well, take a seat anyway. What can I bring you? Beer, wine, mead, something stronger?
Something strong and some meat.
All right. A man after my own liking. Has the rest of you entered in the meantime, by the way?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I
All right. And
after Gotrek.
he's just like pouring alcohol and putting it in front of. Does Gotrek want to sit at the bar, or do you take a table somewhere?
I'll sit at the bar.
All right. So he just puts it in front of you and says, the food's not ready yet. It'll take another probably hour or so. That's whole oxen that you can smell back there. So we'll take a bit.
Delicious.
We don't want to have.
I'm sure it's worth the wait. I have no problem. I'll drink your fine alcohol.
Excellent. The rest of you, what can I offer you?
Would you happen to have any hot drinks, good man?
Hot drinks? Well, I mean, I have some schnapps that will warm you right up, my lassie. But you sure you want to start with that?
No. I was hoping for a cup of soup, but well, just give me a beer then. That should do.
All right, of course. Hey, beer warms like the same way as anything else. He pours you a mug, puts it in front of you, and basically gives out drinks and says, "Excuse me, you enjoy? I'll check on the food. The name's Otto, by the way. This is my fine establishment."
Very fine indeed.
Thank you. He gives you a nod. It's just like as he's walking away to the kitchen, he stops and says, "You're out of towners, right? I haven't seen you around."
Yeah, making our way through.
Yeah, coming in for the wedding celebration, right?
Yep.
You friend of Meister Rafka or Meister Steiger?
Meister Steiger.
Ah, yes, I see. Right. Well, anyway, enjoy. And he disappears back into the kitchen. You can hear muffled voices. There must be like 2 or 3 other people back there from what it sounds like.
Excuse me,
to the others. Let's enjoy it.
Yeah, well, free beer is always good. I hope nobody notices we're not supposed to be here later on.
Yeah, what do you mean?
If they do, we get out.
Sorry,
Well, they will probably make us get up.
Did you guys catch the names? They gave us 2 names there. It was Master
Rilke or something?
I said we were with Steiger.
Yeah, Steiger and the other one. Okay.
Well, we've got half an hour, so we can drink and see if we can get at least some food before the banquet sort of comes out, so we can get out of here or go to our rooms or something.
He said the food would take about an hour.
Yeah, but the wedding party's going to get here in half an hour.
Let's drink up and make our way out if we need to. Just be prepared.
Yeah, well, let's start with enjoying it, I guess.
Is Otto available? Can I talk to Master Otto for...
Yeah, he's sort of coming in and out the kitchen in the next half an hour or so. You can definitely speak to him if you want to, yeah.
Okay. I ask any of these guys I'm with at the table. Astrid says, so I mentioned you guys about this 15 years ago. Did you guys ever hear any rumors about some sort of mutant orcs, or have any of you ever seen an orc?
I just look confused.
Well, once I was at this fair, and we had like this freak show there. But to be honest, that was just people dressed up. Never seen anything. I don't know. Are they real?
I don't know. I'm coming here to find out. But I heard that they have lots of treasure, and they left behind objects of wealth. Are you guys interested? We could find it. We could ask around a bit and get some more information. I don't know if this wedding party, what's happening there, but That'll be. We'll have to find out. Think about it for a minute.
I'm guessing it's something we're not invited to, but I've heard rumours of orcs and so forth in the armies. Some of the men have spoken about it, but nobody's really ever had any kind of solid descriptions. Is all, you know, talk around campfires, drinking ales. But strange things exist in the dark places, I guess.
I can ask Otto, Astrid, when he comes by or when he's filling a drink.
The guy's sitting at the bar, so every time he comes up and to fix something up or take a few like items out of the kitchen and put them somewhere, he walks past you basically. So you can at any time.
Master Otto, can
Yes.
I ask you a question, please?
Of course.
Years ago, there was some sort of incident happened around this area involving certain creatures, I think mythical creatures called orcs. Do you know anything about that?
Mythical? Oh, they're not mythical. I mean, I haven't seen one myself, but I know that they're around every now and then. Yes, what you must be speaking of is, was about 10, 12 years ago or something like that. They weren't here, though. They never attacked Swansi. There was some trouble with them further east. There's a village there called Vorberg. In fact, Master Steiger is from Vorberg, but I wouldn't bring that up with him, not today. It's his wedding. I don't think it's a good idea to open up old wounds.
Oh.
Old wounds.
Yes, well, as I said, there was some trouble. A couple people died. I don't really know any details. Not that I... Anyway, excuse me. I
understand. Yes. So I tell these guys that. I go back to these guys.
All sitting next to each other at the bar, so you would know, would have all heard the same thing.
I gotta look at everybody like...
Next time Otto comes out, can I quickly ask if he's got any, let's say we've had a long journey here and we're wondering if we have any bread or cheese that we could have before the feast starts?
I suppose nothing wrong with that. I'll bring you some bread and cheese, some sausage if you want.
Oh yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Just basic stuff, not as the proper food. But yeah, sure. I'll bring you some. Right. And he disappears and comes back with like a platter with a bit of like cheese and a couple slices of bread and a couple of sausages chopped apart, and he puts in front of you at the bar. Enjoy. Don't eat too much. You want to leave some space for the beef, and he sort of puts a hand on his own tummy, pats it a couple.
Oh, absolutely.
And
well, at least we're food now.
Yeah, you're eating and drinking a bit, and eventually you can hear in the distance, ding, 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 what sounds like church bells ringing quite loudly, coming in through the open windows. Otto comes out the kitchen and says, must be the ceremony over. Everyone will be arriving very soon. And he shouts back into the kitchen, you hear that? Get a move on. Runs back out into the kitchen.
Mr. Otto, before they arrive, could we just trouble you once more?
He ignores you and runs back into the kitchen.
Oh, horrible. We haven't even got a place to stay tonight.
And you can hear now voices. A large group, sounds like a large, probably several dozen people slowly approaching, voices in the distance. Some of them shouting, others singing. Some sort of celebration, obviously.
Well, Wanda gets up and goes to the door. I'm going to hold open the door and welcome everybody.
All right. As you step out, you open the door and you hold the door open. You can see there's must be about 70 or 80 people, quite a lot of them, coming towards the tavern. There's men and women, and you can see up front is walking two people, a man and a woman, probably the bride and the groom. The man himself is maybe in his early 50s or so. He has fairly sort of not quite shoulder length, dark brown hair. He has one of these sort of mustaches that turns into beard and then into sideburns on the side. So his chin is sort of cleanly shaven, but everything else is a beard. He's dressed fairly finely, and he's holding the hand of a much younger woman, a woman in her maybe early 20s, if that, with 2 braids of honey blonde hair falling onto her shoulders. She's dressed in like a silverish gown, or sort of a bridal gown, and their hands are intertwined with some sort of like a green twine or something, some symbol of marriage that some of you might have seen before. The woman herself also seems quite heavily pregnant as well. She has quite a significant tummy. It's very well visible. Surrounding them are a whole bunch and mix of different types of people. Some of them look like farmers, basically. Some of them look higher standing, maybe merchants or some such. There is one guy, a very wide-shouldered guy that's sort of not walking far behind the bride and groom, and there is a richly dressed older fellow walking with a stick who has like a very prominent, nearly beak-like nose, a bit of a grayish beard, very well kept, and a short grayish brown hair, who's walking right behind the bride herself. And there's a bunch of women and men, no children. The children are clearly have not been invited to this marriage. And they approach and they walk past you. The groom gives you a look and gives you a smile. Thank you, my dear. Nods, and they head past you. The older man with the beak nose gives you a bit of a gruff look as he walks past you, like trying to figure out who the fuck you are, basically. And then also walks past you, and the whole celebration slowly spills into the tavern, starting to take over chairs and the parts of the bar and tables and such, and sitting down. And you see several people, several waitresses and waiters emerging from the kitchen and instantly starting to bring in food and drink and such. And you can see that clearly everything has been prepaid because no one's handing over any coin. People are just starting to enjoy themselves. And alcohol is instantly, even though it's not quite dark yet properly, has started flowing quite freely. There's one guy who hops up onto a table and starts playing a flute, and a couple of people start like doing a few dance steps, but most of them just sit down and talk and drink. And the whole, it's sort of a large gathering, and you're instantly surrounded by many voices.
I start trying to like blend in and like join with other people singing and stuff like that.
All right, yeah, sure, you can do that. You do notice immediately that most of the people don't really like know everyone around, so it's probably not much of an issue for you to actually blend in. It looks like a mixture of people from different like villages and towns in the area, from what you could tell.
Even better.
Yeah, we're gonna basically monopolize on this as much as possible, I feel.
Yeah, you can definitely do that if you want.
Yep. More ale, and once I've finished off the cheese and the sausage and the bread, I'll be waiting for the hog roast to appear. That'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely. Where you guys want to be in general in the room? Like, you more gravitating toward the bar, a specific table, or standing, or where do you want to be? Do you want to be in a group, or do you mix up?
I would like mix up. I would find like a table that has seats that are open, like sit down with them, drink with them, stuff like that.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what Gotrek is doing. What about the rest of you?
Yeah, Astrid is also going to look for sit somewhere with Wanda. Say, hey, Wanda, you want to sit by the bar? We can talk to some people, perhaps.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, we should inform if there's people around that know anything about those orcs or what was it again you called them?
Yeah, you're right. They're mutants, orcs.
Yeah, because you said something about treasure, and well, I just looked at my whatever I've got left, and I sure could do with some treasure.
I remember what Master Otto said too. We have to be subtle about it.
Yeah.
Apparently, it wasn't a good thing that happened. I'm finding out some people died, so we'll be subtle about it, I suppose.
Yeah,
So,
that's best.
So we saunter to the bar and we look for a place where somebody's been drinking quite heavily.
Well, I mean, so far no one's drunk yet. You get the impression that you won't need to wait for that long for people to get drunk, but not yet. The celebration has just begun. This will probably, this looks like the sort of thing that lasts for like fairly long into the night.
Okay, so Astrid will pick her moment, then she'll take it slow because we got some time, so she's not gonna she's gonna try to strike up conversations with the guests and just say, hey, where are you from, sort of thing. And if one of them mentions they're from Vorburg, then I'll kind of mark that person and think about it.
All right, so that's what Wanda and Astrid are doing. What about Gotrek? Where's he? Eating, from what I've heard. But where do you want to be in the room?
Whichever one, like whichever table's the loudest, like having the biggest party, I want to go join them.
All right, okay. And Garrett?
I'm going to go. I'm basically at the table. I'm going to join the largest crowd. But I mean, I think at some point during the next sort of half an hour or so, I'm gonna stand up and bang my cup on the table to get people's attention, and I'm gonna toast for the bride and bridegroom and thank him for the invite to this amazing wedding and how we've always been great friends to our family, and we are pleased to be here. We're so pleased that he's getting married, and we thank him for everything, and it's all great. And basically do it in such a way that even if he does look at us and think, who the hell are we, he won't feel obliged to kick us out because he already feels like you'll make him embarrassed because we've already said how great. And,
so you after about half an hour, you do bang, and you manage to get a bit of quiet. I mean, people are still talking. It's not like complete quiet, but you manage to give a short speech. Give me a charm check.
Oh, right, okay. Let me find my character sheet and see what that actually involves. Charm, where is that?
Charm is fellowship.
Right, okay, I'll do that. So I've got 48%.
48, that's not too bad.
No. I'll roll on roll 20 because it just they wait and see it. Yeah, I fail.
Okay, so you don't really seem to get much attention. Like a couple people are like giving you the golf clap, a couple people giving you nods, but most people just ignore you basically.
That's fine.
And eventually, however, the groom does sort of walk over to you and give you a nod. Is the guy with the sort of the mustache and the beard, and he just shakes your hand very briefly and walks off basically.
Right.
Gotrek, give me a I think that's, let me see, what's that skill called? Still getting used to the skill. A awareness check, please, with a +10.
All right. Let me check. So I need to roll under, correct?
Yes, equal or under.
Equal under. All right, 44. I get under.
All right. So looking around the room, you spot sort of close to the entrance, there is a guy who looks familiar to you. He has very, very short cropped, like sort of military hairstyle hair. A bit of a mustache, like a little patch of beard right here. A fairly wide-shouldered fella dressed in leather armor with a sword at his hip. And he seems to be generally keeping an eye on things. He's one of the few people not drinking and being merry. And you recognize him as a guy you have served with before, a couple years ago. A guy called Andre Kessler. A sellsword, basically, a mercenary back in the day.
I grab like whatever cup is free, like that's been recently filled, and I go up, put my arm around him, hand him a drink, and like welcome in.
He looks at you and says, "Oh, forgive me. I'm not supposed to drink. I'm working. Who might you be?"
You don't remember me? We were friends a while back, and Gotrek. It's been a few years.
He stares at you for a bit and then gives a small, sort of slightly embarrassed smile and says, "Ah, yes, I seem to remember your face. Forgive me. I've been traveling around a lot for the last couple years. Faces just come and go. Gotrek, of course. You're from Melgard, are you not?
Yeah, no, and no problem. I completely understand. It's easy to lose track of who people are in this area.
Yes, yes. What are you doing here? We are quite a bit away from Melgard.
Enjoying the celebration.
Oh, I see. Well, Herr Steiger is paying for everything, so enjoy yourself away, my friend.
I will. I hope things have been going well for you.
Oh, yes. I could say so. I've been around for a few months. Working for Herr Steiger, in fact. Kind of, you could call him, well, not me, his bodyguard, I suppose, today at least. Usually I organize his workers and his sales swords.
I hope there's been no word of anything troublesome that's supposed to be happening.
Oh, no trouble, no. Everything is fairly calm. The harvest is going pretty well. As far as I can tell, I am no farmer myself, of course.
Glad to hear. Anything happens, don't worry. I'll help out Master Steiger. You know how good I can handle myself.
Well, we can always use another sword or two, I suppose, although you would have to speak to Master Steiger about it. Are you looking for work?
Actually, I am. Things have come up lately, and I've had to move around a little bit.
I see. Well, that happens to the best of us, does it not? Master Steiger is fairly all right as far as people to work for go. As I said, if you are looking for work, you must speak to him directly about it. I would suggest waiting until tomorrow, maybe. Tomorrow morning before we set out. Today, I don't think he would be too happy discussing business arrangements.
Oh, of course. I would not want to interrupt. It's a great night.
Yes. Anyway, forgive me, my friend. He sort of claps you on the shoulder. I need to stay alert here. Not that I expect trouble, but you never know.
Of course, of course. Have a safe night and well wishes to you.
And you too, of course. May the martyr and the God Emperor protect you. And he walks off. In the meantime, you guys have noticed that Steiger is walking around and he's handing out copper coins to people, talking to people, like some sort of small wedding gift tradition is going on. And the bride and another woman with sort of brownish hair, it's fairly pretty in her own way, maybe about the same age as the bride, not pregnant, this one, and not dressed quite as nicely as the bride, probably some sort of maid of honor or maybe a relative of the bride or something. They're walking around and handing out like small flowers and petals to different, mostly to women in the room. So there's definitely some sort of local customs or something going on. And after that, Herr Steiger sort of steps up onto the bar, helped by another man, and he sort of claps his hand. Forgive me, my friends, my friends. And sort of raises his hands, and people are sort of jostling each other a bit and pointing at him, and quiet settles onto the room. Welcome, welcome. It fills my heart with gladness and love to see so many gathered here for my celebration and free drink and food, of course. There's like a wave of laughter going through the room. Enjoy, my friends, and thank you for coming. This is a great day, a great evening. Joining the family, the Steiger family and the Rafka family together for the very first time in history. With my marriage to the lovely Helena. And he points at the bride, who's now sitting at the bar with her friend, her bride of honor, bridesmaid or whatever, maid of honor. And they both look at each other. Bride blushes a bit. And Steiger goes, I don't want to give you a long speech. I know you're all eager to enjoy yourselves. I'll be making the rounds, and I'll be happy to talk to many of you. So I hope I'll see you soon. Enjoy. And people are like clapping, and he jumps off the bar, and the music and the talking resumes pretty instantly after that.
You see, Ruprecht, there's a lot of those arranged marriages going on. This seems like one.
I know,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
Astrid kind of slinks back in her chair, looking around for clergy.
You can't see any priest, in fact. The priest, whoever performed the ceremony, does not seem to be interested in joining the celebration as such. You do notice that obviously the age difference between the bride and groom is quite significant. He's, as I said, in his early 50s or so, and she's in her late teens, early 20s.
I'll say because because that would be kind of normal, though, wouldn't it?
No, not unusual. No, by any means. I mean, not normal maybe, but definitely not unusual.
Yeah.
And Astrid kind of
It's the way
says,
to go.
I was supposed to marry a fat old guy like that, too. Ugh, and she shivers.
Yeah, I can imagine that wouldn't have been the most pleasant future you can envision for yourself.
No.
Well,
Let me know if you see any priests.
yeah, I'll keep an eye out. I was looking for that old beaky guy, especially. Something's off about him.
He's sitting close to the bride and talking to a couple people. He doesn't look particularly happy. He's one of the few faces that doesn't look like he's enjoying himself. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, I was thinking several things. One of them is, if anybody's going to know about the orc, about those mutant orc things, he's it, because he's old. He will know everything. But aside from that, I don't like him. I'm going to keep an eye on him because...
As you're talking, about an hour or so of the celebration has passed by now, and you guys, have you been, like, how much have you been drinking? Just a little bit here and there, or you've been enjoying yourself properly?
God's been enjoying himself quite a bit.
All right. So whoever
Just
is
a little bit.
drinking, like whoever thinks that they've been drinking a fair bit, give me a toughness check with a +10.
Okay.
Toughness.
Yes.
Okay. I pass.
All right. So yeah, you're fine. You don't feel any strong effects yet. The booze is quite nice.
Yeah, I fail.
By all means. Okay. What do you roll? 64? Okay, that's not a critical fail. You are slightly drunk already, which means you take... do you take 10 peril? And you feel quite tipsy already. You've been drinking quite a bit. Some of the stronger stuff too. So if you look at your character sheet, there's a peril threshold.
Yeah. I mean, it's it hasn't hit the. Oh, I've hit the first threshold. Do I tick the first box?
Yeah. You're now imperiled, which doesn't by itself mean much, other than that you're tipsy and sort of a bit shaky, so to speak.
Okay, right.
On your feet, and maybe your first words are starting to get a little slurred, but not too much yet.
Right. Okay.
All right. So after a while, as the pretend girl, man, and Wanda and Ruprecht, let's put it that way, are sitting and talking. There's a young blonde man, fairly thin guy, carrying a leather satchel around his side, who carries himself with an air of a certain self-importance. Walks up to you, and he sort of tips his imaginary hat to you, Wanda, and he goes, "Good evening, milady. My name's Lutz. What is yours?"
Good evening, sir. The name's Wanda.
Oh, Wanda, I haven't seen you around. Which side of the family are you standing on, so to speak?
Well, I'm just a distant cousin of the groom's side of the family.
A distant cousin of Maximilian. I mean, Master Steiger. I see. Give me a guile check.
Okay.
I think you have a bonus to that or something.
Yeah, I can flip the result.
Oh, you know what that means, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to roll it here.
No, you have to do /R
Yeah.
on the 100.
Well, I don't
39.
even have to flip it.
All right. Yeah, he seems to believe you. He gives you a nod and says, "I see. Oh well, myself, I'm working from Meister Rafka. Quite important man, in fact. In some ways, I'm carrying his documents and all that." And he sort of pats a satchel on his side. What do you say we get ourselves a drink, maybe?
Well, that sounds good. I'm interested, actually. What kind of documents are you carrying around at a celebration like this?
Oh, he sort of looks around and leans in close to you and gives you like a bit of a pat on the back while he's doing that. And he says, in fact, the marriage contracts, I'm not supposed to talk about it. Very, very secret stuff and all that, you know?
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, let's get those drinks first.
Yes, of course.
I wave to
Come
Otto.
on. He sort of puts a hand around you, on your shoulders, and pulls you, completely ignoring Ruprecht, towards the bar.
I shoot a glance at Ruprecht, thing like, help. But yeah, I go along with it, and I'm going to try and find out a little more about this marriage contract because, well,
all right.
Yeah, must be really, really important, that contract, because I would never have seen this coming. These two families. Well, I almost still can't believe that I'm here at the wedding, and it's still a bit unreal.
I mean, Maximilian, Meister Steiger has become quite the prominent businessman in the last few years. A significant supplier of hemp in the region. I suppose dear old Meister Rafka hopes that the marriage will lock out all his competitors from the trade with Meister Steiger, and just talking amongst ourselves here, right? I think it's a pretty good deal for Meister Steiger, all in all.
Yeah, it has to be, otherwise he would have never agreed on it.
Well, I mean, Helena is quite the looker. A bit fat at the moment, but otherwise.
Yeah, well, yeah, he could have done better, don't you think? Well,
much better than the pretty young daughter of the richest man in town. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, I was available.
Yeah. I mean, aren't you related to him?
Very, very distant.
I see. Well, I'm afraid that ship's gone, sailed, as they say, right?
Yeah, indeed. Well, I'm really happy for him.
You have some drinks, huh? And he sort of starts slowly sort of pushing a few drinks your way.
Well, I'm afraid I don't drink.
Well,
I don't.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't drink that much, dear sir. I'm afraid my constitution won't be. Well, I'm a bit frail, as you see.
Oh, don't worry. Everyone here's friends, right? We should all enjoy ourselves. And he sort of raises a glass and starts drinking.
Yeah, I have a sip as well.
Anyway, while this is going on, you can see that there's a few like small games going on. There's two tables in the back that people are rolling dice and playing cards, and there's a large muscular fella that seems to be challenging people to arm wrestling matches. And there's generally people, as I said, clapping and a few dancing and such. And Maximilian himself, well, Master Steiger, the groom, is walking around and shaking people's hands and smiling and nodding and talking to people in general.
All right, so if
Cool,
somebody's
well-
actually doing like challenges of arm wrestling, I would make my.
All right, you make your way there, and the guy looks up. You see he has this sort of bushy beard. His arms are bare, and you can see there's a couple of like small scars on his arms, like burn marks, basically. Otherwise, he's a fairly hairy fella. He looks up to you. He says, "Oh, you wanna have a go, stranger?"
Yes. Drink has been flowing. Think it's time for some games.
Yeah, you wanna bet some money?
I put
I'm
down a
gonna
silver
warn you.
piece.
His eyes go wide and says, "Oh, is that much?" All right. He looks around. He seems a bit hesitant, but a couple of people are around are like, "Oh, come on, Thorwald, you can do that easily. Look at this guy. Your arms are the size of his legs." And the guy looks around to his friends and says, "All right then. If you want to lose money, stranger, name's Thorwald. I'm the blacksmith here. Who are you?"
Gotrek, and I like do like the regular kind of like symbol of like introducing somebody.
Yeah. You sit down and he sort of stretches out one of his hands. "All right then. If you guys want to bet on how many seconds it would take me to break this stranger here, Master Gotrek, now's the turn." He sort of downs a shot on the side, hits it, puts it on the table. "All right, you ready, stranger?"
I sit down and like grasp his arm.
Yeah, you grab your arms. All right, and you start pulling and pushing. So this is a opposed athletics check now. And the way this works is whoever gets to 20 degrees or more of success first will win the contest. You have both put 1 silver shilling on the table, so the winner will take both of them, basically. The way how degrees of success work is you roll an athletics check, and then you add the first digit that you rolled to your strength, your brawn bonus. That's how many degrees of success you get. All right?
All right, sorry, one more time. So we roll, and
You roll.
what do I add to my
You roll
my
an
athletics?
athletic skill check. You don't add anything, unless you have a rank in athletics, which I don't believe you do. So it's just a straight up athletics check. If you succeed, anyway, roll and we'll see.
All right, so my athletics is just a straight 50 for brawn.
All right.
I succeeded. I rolled a 21.
Okay, so a 21. You take the first digit, so the 20. That's 2. And what is your what is your brawn bonus?
5.
Okay, so that's 7 degrees of success right there from the first roll.
Okay.
Let's see how Thorwald does. Thorwald has 10 degrees of success. So he's like slowly pushing your hand towards the side of the table. You are sweating, stranger.
I grin and I try to push back.
All right, so that's 7 degrees to 10 for now.
That one is succeed, and I got 6.
6
For
degrees.
success.
So you have
Yep.
13. He comes up to another 6 degrees. So he has a 16. He has you on the side. You're fighting on, and he's now sweating as well. But he has you where he wants you. Nearly.
Look right at him. Give up yet?
Good joke.
Ooh, I got. Let's see. What is it? I got 8.
8 total.
8 degrees.
All right. So that's you had 13, right? I think.
Yes.
All right. 13 plus 8 is 21, and he had 16, and he gets 7 in total. I'm afraid.
Okay.
So he gets to 23. So you pull up a good fight. manage to bring his hand back into the center a bit, but then eventually he puts your hand onto the table.
I like smile, clap to him as well.
Well done. People are like clapping on his shoulders. A couple of them, of the locals, that clap you on the shoulder as well. And he says, well, that's been the best competitor for the evening. But he does take your coin.
Yeah. And I like grab my drink. Good fight, sir.
Same to you.
I stand up and make my way back into this mingling in the crowd.
All right. So while this is happening, what are Garrett and Ruprecht doing?
Okay,
Ruprecht spent... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go on.
Well,
yeah, in the last hour or so, it's been about an hour now.
Well, about 2 hours since the
2 hours.
celebration started.
Okay,
so
so
it's dark now outside.
Ruprecht had kept an eye on Wanda, and they're kind of talking and drinking off the side. So Ruprecht keeps an eye on them, and meanwhile, has spent the last hour and a half or so getting to know a few people around her at the bar.
Okay.
And introduced himself to somebody who's probably been drinking a bit, and has asked the local people if anyone there is from Vorburg.
All right. Give me a general. Let's see if is that still called gossip? I think it is. Rumor. Sorry, rumor check. Roll me a general rumor check with a +10 because people are getting are fairly happy at the moment, so they're talkative. A bit more talkative.
And I also have a trait that's called determination. If I take my time, extended time on something, I get +10 on my skill test.
Sure, I'll give you that in that case. Sure.
Well, because I was taking my time, and I was kind of intending to do that. So I'm +20, and I'm just looking really quickly for rumor.
That's at the very bottom, pretty much, of the skill.
Okay, so 38, so 58. Okay, let me roll. Oh dear.
96. Okay.
+20 or -20, but
yeah,
76.
Doesn't help you much, I'm afraid. So I'm afraid you won't grasp too many informations. You do get to the information that not too many people are from Vorburg, but Steiger is, and his family is from Vorburg. But most of the people from Vorburg didn't come. It's like a day's journey or so from the village to here. So it's a bit too much for the average farmer or the average citizen villager to make that journey. You are rubbing people the wrong way a bit. You're not used to crowds as much as you maybe once were. So you're like a little cautious. And especially because you keep glancing back to your friend who's still beleaguered by this blonde fella, Lutz, at the bar.
Right. Okay.
All right.
So
what about Garrett? Sorry, Garrett. What are you doing?
Okay, right. So basically, you can hear me talking extremely loudly because I'm a little bit drunk about my about a hilarious story I had about involving a bear and a recent outrider trip I was on.
All right.
So yeah, you basically hear me shouting. I'm talking to a large group of people who are either enjoying it or not. I don't care. Really, I'm drunk. I don't care. I'm talking about how I was on an outrider and went for a piss and ended up falling down this hill into a large pile of bear dung. It was terrible at first, but then as I went looking for my comrades, I discovered they'd made camp. And as I approached, a large bear attacked the camp, but completely ignored me because I smelled like shit. It's hilarious. It wasn't that hilarious. Two of them were mauled to death, but the fact that a simple piss saved my life. And yeah, that's how I'll go on, basically.
A couple people are laughing, a couple people like rolling their eyes a bit. But as you look around, you do realize that one of the people who is sort of staying at the side and smiling is actually the groom, Maximilian Steiger himself. And he, as you finish the story, he sort of laughs a bit and comes over to you and claps you on the shoulder and says, "Good man, it's quite the story. So you're a forest man, are you?"
Yeah, I have my home in the forest, but I do outriding scouting jobs and other jobs whenever that we need arises, and I need the coin, which is why I'm glad the wedding took place here, so when I could kill two birds with one stone. I'm looking for work at the same time as enjoying this great feast and celebrating your betrothal. But
yes,
yeah.
quite the occasion for sure. So you say you're looking for work. I could always use a man who knows his way around the area and such. Are you any good with any type of weapon?
I'm a bowman by profession. I know the martial skills of a bow, trained with the military, and I'm also pretty handy with an axe.
I see. Tell me what, my friend. Sorry, what was your name again?
Oh, sorry.
What was your name again, my friend?
Garrett.
Garrett. All right. Tell you what, my friend. I'll keep you in mind. If I find myself in need of an individual with your skills, I'll let you know.
Well, I have come here with friends. One of my friends, I'll point over, the one who just lost the arm wrestling. Gotrek, he's a military man as well, ex-military as well, pretty handy with weapons. And the two ladies at the bar, the one being chatted up and having a strange, creepy conversation with the blonde man, and the other one who's sitting there looking a bit lost. They're also with us. They also have their own skills.
You said two ladies? As he looks at one of them who is dressed as like a guy.
I presume I know that he's trying to be, so I'll say the young, sorry, I was just confused. The young man and the young lady over at the bar is also with us. They have their own individual abilities and are very handy to have around in times of crisis.
Well, I mean, people with who know what to do when trouble rears its ugly head are always handy to know.
As long as there's bear shit around, we'll be all right.
Yes, indeed. Well, I'll be heading out back to Vorberg tomorrow. We might talk tomorrow morning if you're still around.
Yeah, we'll be here.
Maybe we can figure something out. Anyway, enjoy the feast, my friend. And he claps you on the shoulder once more.
Yep.
And turns and walks off and starts talking to a couple other people.
Okay. Okay, once he leaves, I'll burp rather loudly, turn back to the crowd, and just start telling them my story about the time I almost got raped by a deer.
As time slowly progresses, eventually this blonde Lutz guy who was talking to you, Wanda, is called away by the older guy with the beaked nose, who seems to be his employer, this Franz Rafka, the rich merchant, or the richest man in town, basically. Lutz looks a little annoyed and says, forgive me, my employer, well, he does need me quite a bit. Lean on me in his old age. I might be back. Don't go anywhere, yeah?
Well, I'll be waiting right here at the bar for you.
Yes, of course. I'll be right back, I'm sure. He gives you a bit of a sort of sleazy smile, and then like claps you on the shoulder a bit like this, and then sort of walks off.
I go back to where Ruprecht is sitting. Am I then?
Probably.
What?
Not too far away from you, probably.
No. Am I close enough to Rutke and his employer to hear anything of their conversation?
You could try to get closer. I mean, the room's fairly loud, so you'd have to get fairly close to overhear what they're saying.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try. I'm a bit curious.
Okay. So there's two things you could do. You can either give me a general eavesdrop check, or you can try to give me a stealth check, depending on whether you are trusting your senses more or your ability to get very close to them.
My eavesdrop would work better, I guess.
All right.
my perception is a little bit higher, so I'm going to use that. And well, I don't have a skill rank, but I get a +5 anyways.
Yeah. Is that a success?
43. That's a success indeed.
All right. So you can hear the elderly man, Master Rafka, saying, "Let's listen up. The other two are coming soon. Helmut and Peter. Make sure they know what to do, and make sure everything goes smoothly. If my daughter's hurt, you're all gonna suffer." Yes, of course, Master Rafka, of course. You can trust me with that. I'll make sure that these two idiots do exactly as they're told. We don't want any problems. Not on this day. Yes, no problems today. We've had enough problems already. Yeah, yes, of course, Master Rafka, of course. He stands up, looks around, and starts heading towards the exit.
Okay. Well, I go back to Ruprecht and I tell him tell her what I've heard.
All right.
I think something's going down here. I don't know if it's going to be safe to be around.
What do you mean?
Well, that Master Rafki said he hired two guys, Helmut and Peter or something, to hurt somebody because they hurt his daughter. That's what I understood. It's doesn't make any sense. His daughter's just got married.
Maybe we should talk to her.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe you could try and find something out. I don't know. I think I should go and try and keep an eye on my friend who just went out.
Plus, did not wasn't it Gotrek who was talking to that armed man over there? He seems like some sort of guard or something. We should tell the others about this, and I'll see if I can talk to the bride, if she's the type.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You tell James, and I'll tell Gotrek, and then after that you can try and find out something from the bride.
Okay. So Astrid looks around to locate the bride. She hasn't left yet, right?
No, she's still there. The bride is sitting with her maid of honor at the edge of the bar, a bit away from the rest. There's like a little bit of space around them. No one wants to get too close to them. And they both don't look particularly happy from what you could tell. Like the bride is sipping from a small mug of beer, and they're talking quietly amongst themselves.
Is there some sort of celebratory drink they have here, like a champagne?
You're not from here, but I mean, a drink.
Yeah, schnapps or something. I could bring over to them. I bring over 2 glasses for them and put. And I walk up to their table and put it on the table, the 2 drinks, and I go, my ladies, bride and bridemaid. My name is Ruprecht. I'm a distant cousin from the area of Vorburg, and I was just going to congratulate you on your wedding, if I could. And
they both look at you, and the bride nods and says, "My name's Helena Rafka. Well, I suppose I'm Helena Steiger now. This is my friend Barbara." The maid of honor gives you a look and a nod and a small smile, sort of, and then says, "And how can we help you, friend?"
I said, "I'm just acquainting myself with the area. I've traveled a long ways for the wedding, and I'm just with my friends. And I was wondering, how long have you? I was wondering a little bit about your new husband. He's from Vorburg, is he not?"
Maximilian? Yeah, yes, he's the richest man in Borberg.
Oh, you're very lucky. You must be very happy. And I kind of watch her closely.
She gives a small shrug and says, "I suppose it's a good, a nice wedding."
Now, so they don't mind if I
Give me a
chat with them for a bit longer?
Give me a scrutinize check.
And that would be under perception. Okay, 46.
So scrutinize is like the check that you roll when you try to read people.
Right, okay. Well, I roll a 59.
I presume that is not a success.
No.
Okay, they seem slightly, maybe not hostile, not hostile is too strong a word, but slightly negative towards you. That's pretty much all you pick up.
Okay, well, I'll say I'll wish you a good evening for now, ladies. Again, congratulations, and I give them a bow and kind of make my way back towards Wanda, and just say I'm not. I tell her what happened and said that I couldn't really tell. She seemed content, and as far as I know, doesn't seem in danger or doesn't seem intimidated or coerced or something. She seems a bit empty-headed, maybe. What do you think, Wanda? Did you find out anything?
Tom? Hello?
I think he might be muted.
Oh, sorry. No, not yet. I'm going to see outside if I can find Lutke, and maybe I can catch him with those two guys that he's waiting for. Should find out something more.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. I'll go with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we go outside then and look around.
As soon as you step outside, you can see Lutz, that blonde fella with a satchel, standing maybe about 10 yards off at the side of a building across the square with two larger fellas dressed like farmers, basically. And they both nod, and Lutz is sort of talking to them quietly and then points over in your direction without looking at you, though, like just pointing at the tavern, basically. And then those two nod, and they turn and start walking towards the tavern, and Lutz sort of following them with a bit of distance between them. And the two fellas, one bearded fella who's a bit maybe in his mid-30s, you'd say. The other one a bit younger and slightly slimmer and with a smaller sort of goatee beard. They both walk past you, basically, as you're standing sort of at the deck door and into the room.
Well, I guess we follow back in then. And signal to the other two who were still inside, like, these are the guys we just told you about.
You didn't tell them. There was no...
They're totally oblivious to all of this.
Yeah.
So we're all together now, right?
No, the two of you are at the entrance, and the other two are just like mixing and mingling in the room. It's a pretty large common room.
Okay, let's go back inside and tell the other guys to watch out. I'm not sure what's happening. I got a bad feeling.
Yeah, me too. Well, as I said before, you go and get James, and I'll get Gotrek.
Garrett.
After I spoke to the man, Steiner, or his name is, I would have hunted out Gotrek anyway to tell him that there was some chance of some work.
All right. So you're standing together at the moment and talking.
I'm looking for him to tell him that we may have a chance of some work.
So Astrid walks up to them and kind of says, "There's something going on. Something strange is happening." Wanda overheard Master Rafka telling his assistant, Lutz, that blonde guy over there, are outside, and he's talked with these two characters, and they're supposed to cause something to happen. We're not sure quite yet.
As you're pointing those two characters out that are walking through the tavern common room, you can see they're walking over to the bride, and as they walk to they talk to her very, very briefly, just a few seconds, and then they sort of take her and lift her up between the two of them. and start carrying her towards the exit.
Is she resisting?
No, she doesn't look like it.
How do the other people react?
Yeah.
You're looking around. A couple of people have noticed and sort of looking, and a couple of people are smiling a bit. Others are just like getting a quick glance and then turning away. No one seems to be particularly perturbed.
I look for Kessler and like try to match eyes with him and like kind of point out and like try to give him like a little nod, like something's going on.
Leaning against the doors to the entrance, he is looking at the whole thing with a bit of a worried expression, but he doesn't look your way. But you see him searching for his boss, Maximilian Steiger, in the room, and Steiger just gives like a small wave with his hand, a nod, and he doesn't react. Like Kessler stays where he is.
I would, if there's time, I would approach Kessler.
All right.
And, like whisper to him.
Sort of push your way through the crowd a bit to reach Kessler before the two guys leave the tavern.
And I would tell him like one of my friends has heard something might be happening pretty soon. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it's something involving maybe Steiger might be a target or something.
What do you mean Steiger might be a target?
Something with the bride. I can't remember the blonde guy. One of my friends overheard, like, make sure nothing comes to harm of her, but
wait, what?
Seems like something's gonna happen.
Well, these two men are carrying her away. I don't know what's going on.
I think they're getting her out of here before something happens.
All right. I'll talk to Master Steiger. See what he has to say about the thing. You said this blonde guy over there, he's working for Mr. Rafka.
I think there's some sort of like family animosity, or there's something about the daughter's already been hurt. I'm not quite sure.
He gives you a confused look.
I just kind of shrug, like I'm just as confused as you are.
All right. Well, I'll stay on my guard. Yeah, the bride has disappeared through the door in the meantime with the two men carrying her out.
Ruprecht nudges Wanda and says, "Let's follow, quick!"
Yeah, absolutely. Come on. What kind of a strange town is this?
As you start heading towards the door, Lutz actually steps into your way. He's been sort of hanging around the exit, and he says, "Forgive me, my dear. Where do you think you're going?"
Well, I just didn't have a chance to say goodbye to the bride yet. And
oh, don't worry. Don't worry. She'll be coming back soon enough. You just stay here for now. It would be spoil the fun if you were to follow them instantly. It's not nice to cheat.
Well, okay. Do I know anything about local history, folklore?
Yeah, that would be a folklore check indeed, with a +20, in fact.
That's a success because I have.
Now that you're taking in the whole situation, you realize you've heard of this. It's a very thing that's done in very sort of rural communities. It's a bit of an old-fashioned thing. It's basically called a bride kidnapping. So the family of the bride usually hires people who like take the bride away before her wedding night, and then the groom hires people to get her back. It's a sort of a tradition, sort of a bit of a game, basically, that is played.
Okay. Well, I will tell the others about this, but also say again, it's still not right. I overheard him clearly say that those two guys that took the bride, that I have to hurt.
I nudge him. Like, this is Lutz, right? He's talking to?
Well, he moved away from Lutz, I'm assuming, because he's talking about overhearing him. It's a bit weird.
Because
talking back where he can hear.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, you can. Yeah.
Astrid, did he step in front of Astrid as well when she was going to follow?
Yeah, you were standing, like, walking together, and he stepped into the doorway, basically blocking your way.
Well, we're not the ones that were. I say to Lutz, if he's still in the doorway, well. we're not ones that are hired. We're not ones playing the game. So.
Oh, anyone can play the game. You're guests, right? It's the game that's open for whoever's interested. In fact, I've heard a interesting rumor about the prize for the winner. You want to know what it is?
Well, yes. Well, I'm
too bad.
always interested.
My lips are sealed. I can't share that. Sorry. I'm afraid you'll have to play if you want to win, my dear.
I go over a little closer to him and put my hand on his arm and go like, well, a little bit of motivation wouldn't hurt, would it?
He looks a bit confused, looks at your arm. Give me a charm check with plus 20. Don't forget, guys, you have 5 fortune points. If you want to use it as a group resource, you can use them at any time to like re-roll a skill check or something. Just saying in general that you keep that in mind. Okay, so that's a fail, I'm guessing.
Yeah, indeed.
You can see his face, he's torn. He would really like to spill the beans, but he looks over and looks at his employer, who's sort of sitting at the bar still, and he's also looking your way. And looks, I'm sorry, I really can't. And he pushes past you and walks away, sort of disappearing in the crowd, still clutching his satchel.
Okay. I tell the others what's going on. And
okay, so all 4 of you assemble and you share what you've heard, what you've realized.
So I explain that this is a traditional kind of game, but that there's something off because of the conversation I overheard very clearly. That is say that she has been hurt and they have to hurt someone in return. So I really believe that something's going to happen to maybe the groom. I don't know. I think we should partake in this game and at the same time maybe try and keep an eye out for the groom, maybe.
Yeah, and plus this might not be our business either, but we should maybe maybe warn. No, we already warned the guard. Okay, so Astrid just agrees, sorry.
Gotrek, James, what do you guys think?
His name is Garrett, not James. James.
Garrett. Oh, right.
I reckon. Tell you what, you partake in the game, and I'm going to partake in more ale. At which point, I'm going to walk over to the bar, bang my hand on the table, and say, "Otto, snaps for everyone," rather loudly.
The innkeeper comes over, gives you a grin, says, good man, and starts just like pouring shots. He looks very happy, by the way. Otto looks like amazingly happy, grinning widely and just like pouring out and like plates with steaming meats and just drinks with both hands.
A happy innkeeper is the best kind of innkeeper, I say.
Yeah, basically, for sure. So what does Gotrek say to the whole thing?
I'm just like looking around confused because I've been expecting like a fight to break out any sort of moment. I'm just kind of keeping back a little bit, just watching the scenery.
All right. Now, about in 15-20 minutes pass or so, and then Maximilian Steiger once again gets up to the bar and starts clapping his hands once more, and people go quiet. And he says, "Friends, something horrible has happened. My beautiful young bride has been taken by villains. Now, who can help me in my time of need? Is there anyone here?" A couple hands of start being raised in a group. Amongst them, the blacksmith, Thorwald, that you have talked to before. And a couple people like, oh, we'll find her for you, Maximilian, Mr. Steiger. I'll find her. Like maybe 4 or 5 different people. Most of the people are just like snickering and laughing, or some of them are like rolling their eyes. He's overplaying his role a bit. Clyde sort of doesn't really look distressed or anything.
I'll shout out, if she's made of ham and cheese and pisses ale, I'll be out there.
A couple of people look at you like slightly mortified. The rest of the people laugh. Maximilian's eyes go to you first, and then he sort of chuckles a bit himself. I says, well, I can't promise that, but I can promise to the winner will go a mug of the finest dwarven ale. The only one in the old town. And people are like, oh, dwarven ale. And a couple more hands sort of hesitantly, or some fairly quickly. Most of the people like that are interested seem pretty drunk already. Kind of like Garrett.
Well, I raise my hand as well.
Well, my friends, whoever can find my beautiful bride first and bring her back here and fight off these nasty villains, well, the prize is theirs for the taking. Good luck, good hunting. And he jumps back down, and people are like clapping once more, and eventually the conversation pursues fairly quickly.
I kind of like join up with the others. So all this is just for alcohol? Let's go. Some stupid game.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm still curious. I'd like to find the bride. I'm concerned about something going on here. I look around, and I've been keeping an eye on Master Rafka.
Yes?
And
the older gentleman.
Yeah.
The
and he has not looked impressed all night, right? He was the one who's...
Yeah, he looks fairly unhappy. Like, not particularly happy at all, no. He's the one face that is not smiling at all. Quite the frown, in fact. And he's looking around as if he's searching for something or someone every now and then.
Okay, so I'm going to lay low. I haven't been drinking. I'm just going to keep an eye on him and stay with the group. And I asked these guys, so we're going to join this game then?
Yeah, I think that's the thing to do.
So how does this work? Do we actually go out into town and look? Has she been taken?
Other people? Just see if
Are other people leaving?
Yeah. You see a couple groups of like 2 or 3 people here and there, maybe about 3 or 4 groups. Slightly staggering. It's like 9 o'clock or so. Most people have been drinking for about 3 hours now. But pushing out into the darkness.
Well, I guess we can. Let's do this.
All right. So what do you do? And who's going? So Garrett is staying behind, I presume, or are you joining in?
No, I've wandered off now and starting to tell another story at another table.
Fair enough. Yeah, most people don't really seem that super interested into this little game.
See, I also presumed that because I live in the rural, it's something that I'm quite. I know something about. I'm probably, because I don't live in a city or a town. I actually live out in the sticks myself, so I probably have heard of this before.
Yeah, yeah, you might have. You might have very well.
Yeah, so it's not something I'm particularly, not unusual.
Problem. All right.
Well, out we go then.
Okay, the 3 of you step out into the cold night air. The temperature has dropped with the sun gone quite significantly. It's chilly. It's not cold enough to see your breath, but there's not much to it. Much missing for that. It's maybe about 5-6 degrees Celsius outside, so it's chilly for sure. But it's a clear night. It's a bit of like a half full moon shining down from the sky, just a few small clouds. It's clear enough that you can see fairly well, especially because most houses within the village are still within the town are still lit. So there's like a little bit of light shining, and there's about maybe 4 or 5 lanterns hanging on small hooks in some places in town.
Do we see where the others are going? Are they like all going in a certain direction, or
They seem to be just like pretty much randomly wandering around. You don't see anyone particularly having any distinct idea.
When was the last time we saw Lutz? And where was he going?
Couple minutes ago, he was close to the entrance, like inside somewhere. Well, you just saw him. Like while you were stepping outside, he sort of gave you a nod as you walked past him.
Right. I'm gonna quickly slip in and just tell Garrett, kind of subtly, just, hey, keep an eye on that blonde guy over there, and keep an eye on Master Rafka. And I head back to Wanda. So Wanda, should we give it a try? Is Gotrek's coming with us as well?
Yeah, let's see if we can figure out what's going on. Get some alcohol.
Give me a. No, you already did. Yeah, give me another toughness check. In fact, you have been drinking a bit again.
Just a straight toughness.
Yes.
All right. Toughness.
Nobody's rolled a critical yet. I noticed. Been no doubles.
I fixed that. 16.
All right, so you're still good. You're feeling the effects of the alcohol a little bit, but nothing you can't handle.
Okay.
Your liver is an old veteran. Okay, so what do you want to do?
So the three of us. Go on.
Sorry. Is there any way we can look for tracks?
Sure.
If they were dragging the bride.
No, they weren't dragging her. They were sort of carrying her amongst the two of them. She was like, they had like their arms crossed, their four arms, and she was sitting on their arms basically, while they were carrying her, like with one hand around each of their shoulders.
Who can track here? Do you get any of you guys track?
I can try, but not quite sure. We're in a little town. It shouldn't be too hard to find them, I think. So maybe I can give it a go.
Possibly. So that would be a survival check if you're looking for tracks.
I'll start looking around, see if I can see any footprints. Because we saw her taken away by 2 people, correct?
Yes, 2 people.
So I'm looking for like a pair, like 3 pairs of tracks or something.
All right.
Let's see, 43. What is mine? Oh, I barely got it.
Okay. Yeah, one that has no clue.
Nope.
All right. And probably Astrid also does not have a clue, right? With a 49.
I do have 1 skill rank in survival.
Oh, okay. So what is your total survival then?
That would be 39.
39 total.
I rolled a 39. Sorry. And,
no. You add the 10 to your attribute, and then you roll and try to hit it or roll less. You don't subtract it from your roll.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that was. Pardon me.
That's all right.
46. It was 56.
So 46 is your perception.
Yeah.
And 57. So that's a success. Excellent. So amongst the 2 of you, you actually do manage to find a pair of footprints that are quite deep. Like the road is not cobblestone as such. It's like a dirt road, basically. There's cobblestones in certain places, like around the main buildings and like the main plaza and such. But you find enough footprints to figure out that 2 pairs of footprints that were fairly deep, as if they were carrying something fairly heavy, headed off somewhere to the left.
Aha. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right.
Off we go.
It's easy enough for you to follow the footprints. In fact, you follow them for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. They curl around to the left a bit and enter a side alley. And then in that side alley, you come to a small staircase that seems to be leading into like a back door that seems to be going to like some sort of basement or something, into one of the buildings, maybe about 2 streets away from the tavern. That's where the footprints go down. You see a little bit of mud on the stairs.
I approach the door and listen.
Okay, so you go downstairs. You listen. That is an eavesdrop check, please.
46.
Well, I'm right there with him.
Okay. You can't hear anything. So both of the girls press their ears against the door, but it seems like a fairly sturdy wooden door. There's nothing to be heard from it.
I ask them if they can hear anything.
Quiet. Nothing. Is it locked?
No idea.
Well, we try and open the door then.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you push the door open, a little bit of light comes in, and you see in front of you is a small basement, and there's like a couch set up in a corner of the room, and you see a figure which you recognize as Helena, the bride, sort of wrapped up in a blanket, just sitting there on the couch, and there is two men sitting on it's like a rug on the floor and rolling a few dice on the ground, and they both look up as you open the door and turn toward you, and you recognize the two men that have taken her. They look a bit surprised, look at each other, and they both sort of slowly get up. And one of them, the sort of slightly larger guy with the like full beard, says, "Oh, whoa, that was quicker than expected, I suppose."
Rescue party's here.
All right. Looks at the two of you, and Gotrek hasn't approached yet. He's like behind you, so they can't see Gotrek yet. And he's like, "You sure the two of you are enough for a rescue party? A girl and a youngster like you?"
Well,
Pretty sure we can handle you.
All right. I don't really want to hurt you, I suppose, but... And he sort of steps back, starts rolling his shoulders a bit, and brings up his fists, like a boxing position, says, "So who will it be, huh? Come on."
Do I hear him say this?
Sorry?
Do I hear him say this? Like, who it'll
Yeah, you hear it. You're like coming down the stairs to the door.
I'll push open the door more. It'll be me.
Oh, well, there we go. There's a proper man. Now, come on then, man. What's your name?
Gotrek. And yours?
No, I'm Helmet. You want to get this woman back? You want to have to go through me. Come on.
All right. I
And he sort of
take a step forward towards him.
All right. As you sort of start circling each other, the other guy has also stepped back. So there's a bit of space with a few dice and like the little rug in the center of the room, a few boxes and crates, and like a couple barrels. This is like a basement area, basically. And there's a small lantern burning at the side, giving enough light to see. The Helmet sort of raises his fists, getting ready. You both tense up, looking at each other. He gives you a small grin and a nod. And then we'll roll initiative. So let's see how this goes. So we'll just Gotrek in this case.
All right. So I get 2d10 because of my...
Oh, is that 2d10 and taking the higher one, or 2d10 and adding them together?
I believe it was just taking 2d10 because it said I could roll an extra d10 when rolling initiative.
You want to check that real quick?
I'll double check right now. It should be my watchman ability.
Okay. That's super strong. It's actually 2d10 adding together.
kind of get him, Gotrek. You could do this.
Yeah, when combat begins, roll 2d10 instead of 1d10 to determine your place in the initiative order.
All right, so you're pretty fast on your feet then. Okay, go for it.
I got 24, because I got 17 on the die, and then plus my 7 initiative.
Oh my god, yeah, no chance you can beat that. So go ahead, you're up first.
All right, so what do I roll for, like, just hand-to-hand combat?
So, hand-to-hand combat is a simple melee weapon, basically, so to speak. And
okay.
I don't know if you have that, but there's like No, I mean, oh, okay, I see. Well, then it's just a combat check, which is pretty high for you anyway, I think.
Yeah.
So you know that there's a lot of different actions you can take in combat, right?
Yeah, you could like charge them.
Yeah,
jump attack.
3 action points every turn. And you can do different things with the 3 action points. I'll send you a couple links. I hope they work for you. Let's see. And they should have all the descriptions that you need. It's quite a bit.
Page 243 of the PDF as well.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, that works. If you have the PDF too, that works. Yeah. So basically, be aware if you do want to parry when he strikes you, you have to keep 1 action point in reserve, so to speak.
Okay.
Or you can just say, fuck it, I'm going to lash out at everything I have. But then that's up to you. You can only do 1 attack per turn, but you can do different moves in addition to that attack, like aiming and like different things, basically.
All right. When he like puts up, like gives me a little nod, I'm gonna just charge straight at him.
All right. Go for it. So that's 2 action points, and you run in, and what do you do? Swing, kick? What do you want to do?
Like bull rush and try to like slam my fist right into his face.
All right, go for it.
So, I rolled under.
All right, he will try to parry your attack, which he succeeds. So you run in, bring in a fist, but he batters it aside. You have 1 more action point. What do you wish to do with that? Keep it or?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
All right. Yeah. So Helmut gives you a bit of a grin after he parries your attack and goes in and aims and strikes you in the face. Hits actually.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna try to parry it.
All right.
And I just need to roll under the number, just like the percentage, correct?
So you have parry. Your parry in this case would be your melee. And all unarmed attacks have 2 things. One, if they are slow, which means whoever gets hit by an unarmed attack has a +10 to dodge and parry. And they also pummeling, which means you use your brawn bonus, not your combat bonus, to determine. And they can only cause moderate injuries. They cannot cause severe or grievous, or more grievous injuries than that.
I do not succeed.
All right. He smacks you with the right jab in the face.
+10, correct?
Yes, +10.
Succeed.
Do you succeed?
Yes.
All right. So just barely you manage to catch his hand and push it aside. He grunts. Your turn.
I'm trying to punch him in the throat.
Just a straight up attack, or do you want to combine techniques, anything?
Dirty trick. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to blind him with a dirty trick.
So what do you do to blind him?
Is there like dirt on the ground?
Yeah, it's like a dirt floor, yeah.
All right, so like after he tries to punch me, I just like grab some dirt on the ground, come up, and try to throw it in his eyes.
Go for it. That is a guile. Yes, and he rolls awareness against that.
Where's my guile? I do not succeed.
All right, so you throw the like mud or whatever it is in his face, but he ducks under it and comes back up. That was 1 action point. You have 2 left.
Does that count as an attack?
No, that is not an attack. Attacks are
okay. So after I miss with that, I try to follow up with the other hand and punch him.
All right.
And I succeed.
Yeah, you do get him.
All right. So what do I? Just a D6?
Yes. Damage is always a D6 in Zweihander. Okay. In case you roll a 6, the die explodes, and you can continue rolling.
And it's plus my brawn for damage, correct?
Hey, plus your brawn bonus, because this is a pummeling weapon.
Okay. 8.
8 total?
Yes.
All right. You smack him in the side of the face. He sort of dodges mostly out of the way. But you still nick him, and he shakes it a bit and says, "All right, not bad." But he also then goes in and tries to grapple you, to subdue you into like a chokehold, basically.
Okay.
That is athletics check against athletics.
Gotrek, next time you hit him, you should use a fortune point to have the die explode.
You can do that if you want to.
I failed.
Okay, he also failed. So he is grappling you, but you push him off, and then he goes in for a left swing, which he also misses.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and inspire him, like, go, come on, you can do it. You got him. Like when he connected with the 1 hit, yeah, you got it. See if I can encourage him somehow. Is that possible?
No, really, no. I mean, sure, you're encouraging him, but it doesn't give him any rule bonus as such.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. I am going to try to do a stunning blow.
Go for it.
Athletics. I succeed.
And he has to roll a. Where is that? Stunning blow. Toughness. Okay. So how many success degrees do you have?
I rolled a 38, so
Yeah.
that'd be a 3, correct?
Yes, 3 plus
And then-
your brawn bonus.
Okay, 8.
8. Okay. No, he fails. He is stunned. So he has 1 less action point now until he resists it.
All right. Then I'm going to try to dirty trick him.
You basically elbow him to the side of the head. He's like, oh
Yeah. Try to like as he's stunned from that, try to like grab some more dirt and rub it in his eye.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And you have
And
one
then
more
I
action
will try to follow it up with an attack that's a straight up punch.
point. Okay. You have now used all your action points, which means you cannot parry next turn.
And I failed.
Okay, so you smack him in the side, you throw some dirt, and you punch, but he's like stumbling backwards and somehow evading all the attacks. And he lashes out with a well, he has 1 action point less, so he can only do a normal attack pretty much. So he lashes out with his leg and tries a takedown attack to just smack you over onto the ground. So you're rolling a coordination check, please.
Sorry, which check?
A coordination check.
Coordination. Okay. I succeed.
Yeah, you leap over his leg as he comes in, tries to kick you in like the knee, basically, and easily evade his attack. He tries to resist. Nope, he is still stunned. Your turn.
I am throwing more dirt at him.
Okay.
I succeed.
Yep, you do. This time, he takes the dirt full in the face. Yeah, shit! Flailing around.
Is he considered defenseless now?
No. He is
Okay.
He's blinded, which means he cannot dodge or parry until the next turn.
Oh, okay. I'm going to try to choke him.
Okay.
So, chokehold, athletics test. I succeed.
How many? Oh, yeah, he failed. So, yeah, you managed to grab him and sort of, put him into a chokehold. Roll 1d10 and add your brawn bonus.
10.
Plus
That
brawn
was
bonus or
5 plus 5, so 10.
Okay. So, shit. He sort of taps in your arm. All right, I surrender.
I let go, pat him on the back.
He sort of wipes the mud out of his face and says, "Oh, you fight dirty."
It worked.
I suppose. I will. Take her then.
I turn to the other 2. All right, let's head back.
All right.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, clap him on the back.
Helena
You are a dirty fighter.
Helena stands up, discards the blanket, and says, "Shall we go to back then?"
Of course, ma'am. Shall we carry you?
No, I can walk. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
Lead on.
after you then.
Okay. So you lead her out of the basement and eventually back to the common room.
Well,
What do you, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
sorry, while we're leaving there, I try and strike up a conversation with her.
Sure.
Trying to talk a little bit about, well, it's wonderful, isn't it? Your 2 families coming together at last.
She gives you a look. Give me a charm check.
Okay. $45 out of
Oh, we didn't have a single critical success so far. That's pretty impressive. Or failure, that is.
No doubles.
well,
no
it's a
success.
success. It's 45 out of 51.
All right. So she gives you a look and she says, "Well, it's my father made a deal with Maximilian. And I, as a dutiful daughter, do as I'm told, I suppose.
Oh, you don't seem too happy. The groom seems like a fairly nice man.
Yes, well, I don't know him very well. I'm sure he is nice enough. Anyway, let's get back, shall we?
Yeah. Well, we're going back.
It's a bit chilly. And you return her basically back into the tavern, and as you enter, Lutz, who's standing by the door, is like, "They're back!" And everyone turns, and most people start like clapping. But no one seems to be taking the whole affair particularly seriously. You do notice that very quickly. However, Maximilian comes over to you, and he sort of raises his arms, and he hugs his bride and gives her a pat on the cheek, and then turns to you three and says, "Ah, yes. Thank you, my champions. So the three of you are the ones who brought her back to me."
Yes, there was no trouble at all.
Very well, and she seems all right. Are you, my dear? Everything fine? Yes, my dear. It's good. I wasn't mistreated or anything. That's good to know. Otherwise, I would have had them whip those dogs who took you from me. He turns to you and says, "Well, I didn't expect 3 people to be the victors, but I stand to my word. A mug of dwarven ale for each of these heroes. Otto?"
Hurrah!
Yes, Meister Steiger, of course. Coming right up. Make a bit of room for the heroes. Come on. And the innkeeper points out like 3 stools at the bar for you guys.
Okay,
Well, we take a seat.
Pony up.
All right. And he disappears into the kitchen and then comes back with 3 large mugs, like made of copper, and puts them in front of you. And you can see the first thing that hits you is a smell. It's this very, very strong fermented smell, nearly like some sort of cheese in such. The beer itself is fairly dark, sort of brownish yellow. And he says, there we go. Dwarven ale. All yours.
I'll cheers them and take a drink.
All right. And as you do, there's this heavy, like nutty flavor that runs down your throat. This is very strong, like way stronger than ordinary beer, but it's quite tasty. It nearly feels like you're having a meal as such. It's like a lot of calories, let's put it that way.
I smile and turn to the other 2. Oh, it's delicious.
Maximilian sort of puts a hand on each of your shoulders, clasps them briefly and says, "Well, heroes, bottoms up." And he raises like a wine glass himself, and everyone around you starts raising their glasses. And one of the guys calls out, "To Master Steiger and the heroes of the evening."
I call it to Master Steiger.
I toast to it and then
Drink. People
Prost!
shouting.
I'll have a little sip.
So you're sipping, or you're trying to drink the whole thing?
I would try to tap the whole thing.
All right. Give me another toughness check with -20 this time.
Oops, sorry. I had muted. I did not succeed at all.
All right. And the other 2, what are you doing?
I suppose I'm
just
gonna
take
have a sip. Yeah, but I'm a light drinker. I don't drink much at all.
Well, if you're just taking a sip, you don't need to roll.
Oh, okay.
For those who have a decent, although you do see that the people around you are a bit disappointed as you only drink a little bit. One of the guys claps you on the back pretty hard as, "Come on, don't be a girl. Take a proper drink like a man."
Okay, I down it.
All right. In that case, give me a toughness check -20. Oh, actually, I suppose you already rolled with a 38.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and with the -20 though.
I think that is not a success.
No.
Okay, so after a couple minutes and drinking the whole thing, both Gotrek and Ruprecht are pretty drunk. Like, you can still walk and talk, but everything's slowed down and become much more smooth around you.
I'm extremely happy.
I'm a bit rosy cheeked now. I've drank probably half of it, and I don't drink more because I'll probably get sick.
Yeah, all right.
But for the next little bit, I just hang out with these guys and try to sober up a little bit and see if I'll keep an eye on the bride.
Quite that easy. It will take you quite a few hours. This is strong stuff. So you're like hanging there and you're like, oh shit, I should really sober up, but it's not really happening. Your brain's working very slowly at the moment, but it's kind of nice. Everything's like wrapped in cotton a bit.
I see.
And Wanda sees this happening to her two companions.
Oh my, already. Well, are you feeling all right? I'm a little concerned about Ruprecht. Are you feeling all right? You need to lie down, maybe?
No, actually, I feel wonderful. I could use a smoke, though. My lungs are feeling a little iffy, so she breaks out her pipe and has a puff and just with a kind of grin on her face. I feel great, actually. I almost feel like dancing. And is there groups dancing and stuff going on right now?
A couple people, yeah, there's a couple people dancing. Not like large groups, but definitely a couple people you can join in.
I say, Wanda, do you want to dance?
Well, okay. At least then I won't have to talk to Lutz.
So I'm quite, in the moment, I'm just quite happy and head spinning a bit and I feel like dancing. So we'll go join the dancers for a while, I suppose, and revel.
Ruprecht is a bit unsteady on his legs, so Wanda, you're doing most of the work. Wanda, you also notice that while you're dancing, Lutz is standing not far off and staring daggers into Ruprecht's back. But he doesn't picture anything.
Okay, somebody's not too happy with me dancing with you. At least it means I'm safe now.
Yes, I wonder if... Oh yeah, he would like to dance with you, I'm sure. But let's carry on for now. And I'm pretty inebriated, you said, right?
Yeah, you're I mean, not so drunk that you can't walk or anything like that, but pretty damn tipsy.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, let him stew. He's just jealous. And keep dancing.
All right. While this is happening, what is Garrett doing? Have you continued drinking, Garrett?
Yeah, but basically, yeah, you can hear Garrett in the room somewhere at a table, and you basically over the sound of the music and the crowd, you hear him shout, basically telling a story. He's going, and yes, and then we found him dead. Trousers were around his ankles. The goat's back legs were tucked into his boots. I mean, how embarrassing!
This guy, seriously. Like, people are now pretty drunk, and your stories are getting better and better the drunker the listeners are. So you're getting quite a few laughs now. However, also give me another toughness check. This time with a -10 for you, as you have continued drinking over the course of the last 4 hours or so.
Okay, let me just check it. Okay. It's 42, but what I didn't do last time, I'd get a +5, so it's 47.
Oh, yeah, you would, yes. That is correct.
And it's -10, you said?
-10, yes. So 37.
37.
4. Wow.
Yeah.
You're doing pretty okay, despite everything. You seem pretty tough when it comes to alcohol stuff. Yes, there's not much else to do in the long evenings in the forest by yourself. Just drink.
It's normal root ales as well, so they're probably a little bit stronger than this.
Yeah.
They're probably a moonshine of some kind.
Well, they have a mixture of any type of drink here. Like you can have schnapps, you can have mead, you can have wine, you can have beer. There's different types of booze, basically.
It's probably just more better quality than what I'm used to, and not made of the same substances.
It's probably better quality than what you're used to. Yes. All right. So, which means that Garrett and Wanda are the two that are still sort of sober. I mean, Garrett's a bit tipsy, but not too terribly. As the evening progresses, as such, and Gotrek and Ruprecht eventually just sitting somewhere and like smiling and like clapping occasionally. And not
We'll join Garrett. He seems to be having a fun table.
Yeah,
he seems to be. Yeah, okay. You want to join Garrett, Wanda? He seems to be having fun. Maybe
Yeah,
all this stuff.
That's fine.
Maybe all this stuff with Helmet and his buddy was just nothing. I don't know. The bride seems happy. Maybe. Are you sure you heard that?
Well, I was pretty sure, but I don't know. Maybe the old man is just a bit gloomy or something. I don't know. Maybe he just expressed himself.
While you're saying this, you're sort of looking through the room and looking for him, and you see Mr. Rafka talking to Maximilian Steiger, to the groom, well, his son-in-law, I suppose now. Mm-hmm. And they're sort of more towards a bit of the back of the room, and they seem to be in a bit of a heated discussion. You can see sort of Rafka sort of shaking his finger like this into Maximilian's face, and Maximilian sort of holding his hands like this and seems apologetic, basically. There's definitely something going on.
I wish I was sober.
Well.
I need to know more now. This is fascinating me. So I'm going to try and sneak over. Well, not sneak, of course. Just move a little closer and then listen again.
Okay. Give me an awareness or a scrutinize check, whatever you prefer. Of these two.
Well, they're both the same.
Okay.
Remember, we may want to use a fortune.
Yes.
Token.
Don't forget, you still have all 5 of them.
Right.
If
this is important.
Well, I have a skill rank for scrutinize, so
that gives me a plus.
I've got a 56 and I rolled 52. That's success.
So as you approach and you try to listen in, you can see, you can hear Maximilian going, I assure you, Franz, the wagons will turn up eventually. I'm not trying to cheat you. You know me, I'm an honest businessman. I promised you 3 wagons, and 3 wagons is what you will get. And Franz says, you better be right, Maximilian. This is serious business. The bridal token is not a joking matter. If those 3 wagons don't show up soon, we'll see what happens. I want the hemp you promised me, and I will get it. Otherwise we'll see about this marriage thing. Shall we? I assure you, Franz, there's no need for these measures. And he turns around and he sees a couple of people have turned towards them as their voices are getting a bit louder, and he realizes that and says, and takes Franz, or Mr. Rafka, by the shoulders and leads him a bit off towards the back, away from the crowd, to continue the conversation in a bit more privacy. They're sort of standing behind the stairs that lead up to the first floor where the rooms, like the guest rooms are, but continuing the conversation. Franz Rafka still seems pretty agitated and angry, and also kind of a little drunk.
Would there be a way to listen further, or is that going to be too hard?
No, you could try. I mean, if they spot you, there's always a chance. You could like try climbing up the stairs and try to listen up from there, or you could sneak up to them around, sort of from the back, sticking to the bar and hoping that they don't notice you.
No, I'll try and go to the stairs. I'm looking for the toilet, that kind of stuff.
All right, yeah. That would be another eavesdrop check then.
Okay. 62. That's not.
It's not a success.
No, and I can't flip it.
No, I don't think so, unless you have an ability.
Nope.
You can use a fortune point if you want to.
Yeah, like we get those back every session, right?
At the start of every session, they refresh.
Yeah, then I'm going to use one.
Okay, so reroll that check.
Okay.
'87. No, I'm afraid there's not much you can make out. You do realize that like you can hear the tones of their voices, but you make out only a few words here and there. Definitely something like Franz Rafka seems half drunk and angry, and Maximilian seems apologetic and a bit nervous. And you definitely hear the words "uppity peasant" that Franz Rafka uses. But that's all you get, pretty much.
Okay. I'll go back to the party then.
Okay.
I think I'll go over to the bride and try and have a little more chat with her about the pregnancy and stuff. How far she is.
As you look around, you in fact see the bride seems to be about to retreat. Her and her friend, the bride's the whatever maiden of honor or whatever it's called, are at the moment on the way to the stairs. They seem to be retreating.
Okay. Well, they're coming my way then, so
yeah, in a way they are. Yeah.
Yeah, I can still try and strike up the conversation with her.
Okay, so what do you say to them?
Like,
past you.
Well, that was certainly nice that we rescued you fairly rapidly. No, was so cold down there in that cellar.
Yes. It was. I am the whole tension and the cold has made me quite weary. I bid you good night. And the other girl also says, "Good night to you." Excuse me, my friend is tired. She's had a big day.
Good night, I suppose.
Good night. They both nod and head upstairs. All right, and with that, we'll have a 5-minute break, guys, as this is about halfway or a bit more over halfway of the session. So people can grab some water, go to the bathroom, and so on, and we'll continue in a couple minutes as this feast is slowly drawing to a close.
All right, be back in a few.
Awesome.
Yep.
So, Alex, is the plan to finish at 9?
I'm sorry, what?
Was the plan to finish at 9? More time, maybe
4 hours.
Right, okay. Cool.
So we'll see if we'll go all the way, but something like that. 3.5, 4 hours, something like that, depending on where we get to, where's the good stopping point is, basically.
Okay, no, that's fine. I've got another Google Hangouts at 9 o'clock. That's all.
Okay. Well, I mean, I did tell you
that'll be 10 o'clock your time, of course. So.
Yeah, that should work. Yeah, that will work out. Yeah. Yep. All right. See you soon. All right, ready whenever you guys are.
All right, I'm back.
All right, 2 people here.
Yeah. Astrid's back. Still drunk. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. You guys get peril condition thingies because you're drunk.
But I meant to ask about that. Okay.
What about that? So
I do have that impervious mind effect, Alex.
that will help you with that. That is correct. Let's see, where is that?
When you suffer mental peril, reduce your peril condition track.
Yeah, it's they'll definitely help you with that.
Oh, cool.
Where is that? Drunken rules. What the? Okay. Give me a second.
I'm back, by the way.
There we go. 3d10 plus 3 is what you get.
You want me to roll that?
No, 13. You both take 13 peril.
I'm back as well, as you know.
All right. So both Gotrek and Ruprecht, you take 13 peril from being drunk.
Okay.
So, which means that that obviously goes over your first peril condition.
Correct.
And
Yes.
does it go over the second one?
Not for me.
It does for me.
Okay, so you would take 2 ticks down the peril condition track, but however, because of your impervious mind, you only take 1, so you both take 1, basically.
Okay, I'm imperiled now.
All right. So, the party is starting to die down a little bit. You see that Maximilian talks briefly with Andre Kessler, his chief of security, so to speak, and then also retreats. A couple people have already passed out. They're just lying on a table somewhere, like sleeping it off. Others are still speaking quietly, and that guy with the flute is still fluting away a little bit, but even he's getting a bit tired. And Otto is starting to clean up a little bit. There's still maybe about 20 or so people around that are awake, but about 2/3 or so have it's now or so. You do see that Franz Rafka is still there. He's sitting at the bar and drinking fairly heavily, in fact. And he looks still pretty angry. Lutz is also hovering close by, looking at his boss and looking kind of worried and a bit nervous.
I am still inebriated.
Yeah,
correct.
Okay.
And Garrett as well. Somebody's getting.
Gotrek is.
Yeah, Gotrek and you. I mean, you can still do things, guys. It just means you're drunk.
So Wanda, let's say we go talk to Grumpy Face over there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. I overheard a bit of their conversation, and they're still. Well, I think it has to be what the treasure the groom had to pay for marrying.
A dowry?
Yeah, the dowry, right.
Now, dowry is what the family of the bride gives to the groom. This is the opposite.
Oh,
right. Okay, Ingrid or Astrid.
It's called the. Well, I mean, technically, I guess you could call it dowry. I suppose.
Okay, well, we'll head over to him and then maybe start by saying like, "Oh, dear sir, we haven't had a chance to congratulate you yet on this most magnificent event."
Thank you, I suppose. Make a great day for us all, to be sure.
Yeah, it's wonderful that two families are finally back together.
Could have been better.
What do you mean could have been better?
I was... Gives you a look. Give me a charm test. You get a plus 20 because he's already fairly drunk by the time.
Okay. $46.
Success.
Yep.
All right. He says, I could have given my girl to any respectable businessman in town, but Maximilian, he promised me the best prospects. All my friends warned me about him. Not to deal with a peasant, an upstart, like Maximilian Steiger. He's not to be trusted. I'll sew the shirt off his back. I'll ensure my daughter divorces him and that the child's growing up in an orphanage somewhere where he can never find it. Unless that I get what I was promised. That bribe token's not delivered.
Well, I'm sure he will be true to his word. After all, if I'm not mistaken, you put everything down in a contract, didn't you?
Yes, of course. What do you think I am? Some peasant? I can't read nor write. This is my daughter we are talking about, and quite a fortune on the side as well. Not some cow business dealings.
Well, should there be any problems, you can always ask us for help. We're pretty good at solving problems, you know.
Who are you? What do you mean I could ask you for help? Are you lawyers or something?
No, we're more of a band of problem solvers. Surely you must have noticed how fast we rescued your daughter. If we ever need to rescue her again.
So he leans back a bit, gives you a... He's sort of trying to like read you, but you can see behind his eyes there's a battle between his awake mind and his drunken mind, and you're not quite sure how that is going for him at the moment. He sort of shakes his head a bit and says, Otto, bring me a glass of water. Yes, of course, Master Rafka, of course. Otto comes up, fills out a glass. He takes it with a slightly shaky hand. So you're problem solvers, are you? I could certainly use some problem solvers. When you say you, what do you mean? You and that fella? He points at Ruprecht, sitting beside you.
Well, yeah, and the two tough guys.
I don't see any guys.
Well, they must have passed out already by now. They've been going fairly strong on the liquor.
In the background, you hear Garrett shout, "And shit an arse like a cart horse," really loudly.
Is that one of the?
Well, yeah. You can tell, but all the stories, well, some may be a little bit less true than others, but he's been through a lot. Yeah.
You think you can bring me what I was promised?
Well, that shouldn't be a problem. Depends, of course, on what was promised, but I think
Lutz,
we would manage.
Lutz, come here. Of course, Master Rafka. What do you wish of me? This woman. Tell her what was promised to me in exchange for my daughter's hand by this upstart. Of course, Master Rafka. Lutz starts rummaging around in his satchel and comes up with a parchment that he slowly unrolls and takes a look at and says,
I'm positively beaming towards Lutz. Like, you see, you didn't want to tell me, but
so the bridal token is 150 bales of hemp, each weighing 75 pounds per bale. 3 wagons to be delivered on this very day from the village of Vorberg to this very town of Swanzi, and given over from Maximilian Steiger, their owner, to this gentleman here, Master Rafka, Franz Rafka of Swanzi.
wow, that is quite the treasure.
Give me let me see, what would that be?
Education, or
most likely education. Yeah.
56. It's a fail.
Okay, so you're not sure how much that would be worth, but it would be worth quite a bit of money, for sure. Like, we're talking gold, not just a little silver or something. Quite a bit of gold.
Yeah, and what seems to be the problem? These wagons are
the problem.
On the
Franz sort of ushers looks away with one hand like this. The problem is that the damn wagons never arrived. Maximilian assured me that they would arrive by the time that the marriage is complete, before nightfall. Does this look to you like there's any wagons here before nightfall?
Well, no. Otherwise, you would have been a bit happier, I presume. But like, are you sure the wagons left? They departed on their journey towards.
They were supposed to depart this morning. I don't know. It was Maximilian and his guards who were supposed to escort them here. I don't know if he's trying to cheat me, if something happened to the wagons along the way, or I don't know what happened.
Well, we'll be happy to find out for you, and to make sure that you get what is yours. Of course.
You could do it.
That may cost a bit.
Well, I'm a fairly wealthy man. I pay my people well, don't I, Lutz? Yes, very generous, Master Rafka, very generous. So, all right then, here's the deal. I'm prepared to pay you 2 shillings per day if you manage to bring my property to me within the next couple of days.
2 shillings each, you mean?
Of course, each. How many of you are there?
4.
4 of you. That is 8 shillings then per day.
That's fine.
I think that's fair.
Out of character, is that because I didn't have enough money to buy anything at the start, so I have no idea what it's worth. Is it fair?
It's a fairly good deal. Yeah, it's not. I mean, you won't get rich, but this is a fairly decent pay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that sounds like a deal then.
Excellent. So Maximilian is going back tomorrow morning, taking my daughter back to Vorberg. You'll go with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll find
That's
out what
good.
happened to the wagons. You'll find out what happened to my property. And if this peasant, if he's trying to cheat me, you will bring my daughter back to me, unharmed.
Absolutely, dear sir.
Good.
You can count on us.
I'll pay you 3 days of work in advance. I think that's more than fair.
Certainly, most certainly. That yeah, absolutely.
All right. I'll talk to you in the morning. Don't sleep in too long. I think Maximilian wants to leave early. Rising with
Okay.
the sun like the peasant he is.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for your confidence in us. We will see you tomorrow morning then.
Yes, I hope I don't regret this. Don't want to.
Nope.
Probably not a good idea to entrust this sort of thing to a woman, but I suppose I don't have much choice, do I? I could send looks here. Looks just wide-eyed and sort of, no, it was a joke. Don't you worry.
Well, we'll make sure we don't damage your trust in us. We'll
Yes. Well,
you'll see.
if you prove yourselves, might be other jobs in the future. You can always use a few able-bodied men or women, whatever.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll well go and prepare for this right now, and I get up.
All right. He gives you a nod and continues drinking.
Well, Ruprecht was there with me, so I guess she overheard everything, and then well, wow, a job, 8 shillings a day. Hoo-hoo. It's more money than I've ever seen. Then I guess we I go and find the other two.
Gotrek
and
I was muted.
All right, you find Garrett and Gotrek. They're sitting on a table. Garrett's still talking to mostly people who have passed out, sharing his stories. A couple of people like hanging there, looking at him like this, laughing.
They're getting kind of slightly more ludicrous as well now.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, you never guess what happened. We have a job.
I thought we'd have to wait for the morning to get that. I was told to speak to Steinsteiger in the morning.
Yeah, arrange that. Speaking to him in the morning when we're woken up after a night's sleep. We're all awake. Had some breakfast.
Well, we're actually employed by the other master, Master Rafka now.
Oh. Well, maybe we should speak to Steiger anyway, see if we can maybe do both jobs.
Well, yeah, that sounds like a plan, because the idea is we have to go with Steiger. So maybe we can work this both ways, get paid twice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, well, let's try that. You work your magic on Steiger tomorrow, and the idea is we retrieve the bridal token, which is the small thing of 3 wagons filled with hemp. Shouldn't be too hard to track down 3 wagons.
Yeah, we'll just get directions to Vorberg. We're going with what's his name there, Striker.
Yeah, the idea is we're going with the groom, so I don't think we need any directions yet. But maybe we should go for a rest. Some of you look still a bit inebriated.
Yeah, I was going to ask about some orcs to a few people yet, but I don't know if there'll be time.
Well, Ruprecht, you never know. Maybe the caravan with those carts was ambushed by orcs.
That's possible. It was years ago. The rumor I heard it happened years ago, but perhaps something is going on. I don't know. I'm a bit dizzy. Maybe I should get some sleep. Not thinking too straight.
Well, that sounds like a plan, because we have to rise early tomorrow. I guess we should talk to Master Otto and see if we can get a room now.
Good idea.
Certainly can afford a bed.
Okay, so we'll get a room together then.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you walk over to the barkeep. the innkeeper. What can I do for you? He looks a bit tired now. That he's been rushed around for like 5 hours, preparing food and drink, and like super sweaty, and his very feeling clean and pristine clothing is a bit splashed with different liquors and food and stuff.
Well, first of all, we would like to congratulate you on the excellence of this feast again.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I hope.
Absolutely.
I'm afraid quite a lot of it has been lost already, in a way. But
well, we were kind of hoping that we could find a place in your a room in your fine establishment to lay ourselves to rest for a bit.
Oh well, I mean, I only have one room left, so you'd have to share. Room is 5 shilling for the night. Or if you want, you can just, he points at like the fireplace. Already a couple people are like sleeping there, just on like rugs on the ground.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Join in there. That's 4 pennies for the night, per head, of course.
I can sleep on the ground. I like toss over a couple pennies to him and make my way over into a corner and just kind of get settled.
Yep, sure.
What do you say, Rupert?
Well, that's a lot of money.
It is a bit steep.
She doesn't know what to do exactly. She's tired, but
yeah, but is there a risk that anyone will find out your little secret if we stay in the common room here? That's what I'm worried about.
right. I mean, I don't. Well, she'd keep her clothes on and everything. Or
Oh yeah, of course. People don't
come.
sleep.
Usually in common rooms.
Yeah. So
All right, so you're staying in the common room, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, so you hand over a couple pennies to the innkeeper. He wishes you good night, and slowly the feast dies down. Master Rafka is still sitting at the bar, one of the last guys there. Lutz has disappeared, and some people are just like drunk in corners, but most of them have either gone home or just gone to sleep straight here, or retreated up to their rooms, I suppose. And with that, the wedding celebration of Maximilian Steiger and Helena Rafka is over, and you have a more or less restful night's sleep with a couple people snoring, 1 or 2 guys vomiting in the night, and awake. In fact, awaken very early in the morning, before the first light of dawn. So you maybe slept like maybe 5 hours or so, by a hand sort of shaking you a bit. And as you look up, trying to blink the sleep from your eyes, you see the wide-shouldered, short-haired, mustached figure of Andre Kessler standing there.
It's like rub my eyes and look at him, like try to shake the sleep out of my brain. And what's going on?
I've heard that you are traveling with us. You've been hired by Master Rafka. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, we are leaving soon, within the hour. So I suggest you get presentable, get your gear together.
All right. I'll start getting the others ready as well.
All right, I'll leave you to it.
Take a few moments, get myself like gathered and wake up and just kind of go kick the others awake. Tell them we have an hour till we move.
All right.
Should we go look for...
Most of the people around you are still asleep. Just like... There's about maybe 20 people sleeping in a common room or so.
Should we go look for Steiner then and see if what work we can get out of him?
Don't think that he's going to be woken up this early in the morning. I have to deal with him a little bit later.
I think this is the only way we're going to get in contact with him before we start the other job.
Yeah, indeed.
So, and people tend to wake up early in the countryside anyway, really, don't they? So,
maybe you should tell them about, well, you could tell them that it's just me that's employed by Rafka, for example. That I have a small job for him to do, so that you and our other friend are still available for hire.
well, I'll ask. We'll see if he mentions it. See if he says anything. We'll see what the job is.
Yeah, because the Kessler guy knew about it. So
we can try.
Well, best probably to speak to him and see what he says. Comes up with. We won't mention it unless he asks.
okay.
There's a young woman, a servant girl, basically awake early, cleaning up a bit. She can fix you up with a quick breakfast, maybe a couple boiled eggs, a bit of bread or something like that, maybe some milk, or some remains from the feast. There's a bit of mutton or something like that left over from yesterday.
Yeah, I'll have some ale and some head of a dog, you know.
Yeah, sure. And slowly, a couple of other people start rising up, like holding their heads, sitting down and grabbing some water, drinking, quietly talking amongst themselves. Andre Kessler is moving up and down the room, like disappears outside, comes back, goes upstairs, comes back down, goes outside again. And looking through the window, you can see in front of the inn, there is a coach being prepared, a wagon, basically, one of those closed wooden ones, drawn by two horses that are being tied up, or tied to the front of the wagon, fastened there. And there's like a figure, some sort of coachman or something, getting everything ready. Andre eventually comes up to the four of you, and he looks at you and says, "Everyone in need of some assistance? Anyone in need of some assistance to clear the head a bit? Or are you all good to go?"
Maybe a little bit would help.
All right, I have an old family recipe. He takes a bunch, what looks like some sort of herbs, out of his pocket, and walks over to the innkeeper, talks to him a bit, points over the shoulder to you guys, and the innkeeper, the serving girl takes the herbs and comes up with some sort of like herbal concoction, some sort of tea that smells very bitter, and puts them in front of you. The large gentleman, Master Kessler, has suggested you drink this to prepare you for the journey. And she gives you a nod and heads back away.
I'll gladly take it and drink some.
It tastes absolutely disgusting, but after a few sips, you do actually realize that your head is slowly clearing. So the night's rests, despite not being a full night, basically allowed you to remove one of the boxes on your peril condition track. This one allows you to remove a second one. So if anyone I don't think anyone has more than 2 boxes ticked on the peril condition track.
No, I think it was just 2 of us had 1.
Yeah, so you're both fine. I mean, you're a bit tired, all 4 of you, but there's not much of a hangover as such. Well, eventually, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to thank him, and then say we're supposed to ride along. Or do we ride along in the coach, or do we walk?
Do you have horses?
No.
Well, we have 1 horse to spare. Me and 3 other guards are accompanying the coach. Yes. We have 1 horse to spare, so whoever can ride. And is there any one of you that has experience in wilderness travel? No one?
Well, I guess me, I suppose.
Yes.
I'm afraid not.
I need a man to accompany me ahead to scout the road in front of the coach to make sure that there are no unpleasant surprises on the road. So if you have wilderness experience,
well, that's probably my job. So yeah.
Excellent then. We'll let you borrow the horse for the journey. You can ride, yes? I assume.
Yeah.
Good.
Fair.
Good. The rest of you can find a place on the coach or inside of it. There should be enough room for you. 2 of you can ride with the coachman, and one can be inside with Master Steiger and the women.
Yeah, Dankeschön. And I suppose we have our equipment.
All right. Yes, grab everything. We are leaving soon. And he
Okay.
starts rushing off. Eventually, Maximilian Steiger comes down. He looks fairly fresh. He clearly hasn't been drinking much. And comes down, nods. Good morning. I have heard that you are accompanying us to Warburg.
Yes.
Well, good. A couple of extra sword arms. Never heard, although I do not expect there to be any trouble. You have been hired by my father-in-law, yes? Is that what I understand?
Yes, he has asked us to keep safe over the watch and the people.
Is that what he has asked you to do?
We're actually, we're acting on his behalf as his agents to bring the wagons back to him.
The bridal token, of course. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I have one of my men, Dieter Treumann, a good man, very loyal. He should have brought the wagons yesterday. Maybe there was some trouble on the road. There was a bit of rain recently. The road was muddy. Maybe wagons were damaged, or surely it was nothing more than that, I don't think. We will figure it out anyway as soon as we get to Warburg, or maybe we'll even meet them on the road.
Of course.
Anyway, it's good to have you on board. And he sort of holds his hand out for you to shake, and whoever wants to shake.
I shake it.
All right? Yeah. You shake your hand.
Yeah, of course.
Sort of clasp it, sort of like a politician sort of thing, with both hands as you shake. I'm counting on you. I'm looking forward to working with you. Tell Master Rafka that everything will be all right.
Of course it will be.
I have to see how my bride is doing. Excuse me.
Of course.
And he walks back up the stairs and then comes back down a couple minutes later with Helena and her friend, the sort of brown-haired, shorter woman was following her. They're both dressed now in like traveling gowns, not so much more practical stuff than the bridal gowns that you have seen before. And they sort of move past you, both carrying small satchels, and give you nods and mumble good morning as they walk past. And the Maximilian escorts them into the coach outside.
I greet them as they come up.
Maximilian also gets on board, and Andre comes back to you and says, "Are you quite ready? We are setting out soon." The sun
Absolutely. Who's going in the coach?
Well, I suppose it would be most fitting if you would be going, my dear.
Well, gladly, thank you.
Of course.
And I get in.
Please, let us get ready and get set. And he goes outside, and you can see there's about 5 horses or so waiting outside. He sits up on one of them, and there's 3 other armed individuals. One of them looks extremely hangover, like holding on to his horse just barely, as if he's holding on for dear life, even though the horse is not even moving, but he's sort of moving up and down a bit. A bearded older fella who gives you a nod on the side and a bit of a grin, and a slightly nervous-looking younger fella. They're all wearing leather armor, all have swords in their sides and spears clutched in their hands, and they're all sitting on horses. And then there's one last horse that has no rider yet. And Andre looks over to you, Garrett, and says, "This one is for you, if you please."
Okay, thank you. I'll climb on board. Yeah, I'll climb up on the horse and right there, ready.
Ordinary riding horse. I mean, nothing special, but it will do the job for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm used to riding in military situations. It should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, you'll be fine with this for sure. And Andre turns to you and he points at the drunk guy and the hangover guy and says, "This is Jürgen. The bearded fella there is Marcus, and the young one is Udo. They are accompanying us for additional protection." Two of them, Marcus and Udo, nod. Jürgen just sort of gives a very weak grin and then covers his mouth as he's nearly about to throw up.
Do you think we'll need it?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you think we'll need all this protection?
I am certain, but better safe than sorry, as they say.
Okay, I'll shrug and agree. Okay.
All right, everyone ready? You two, Gotrek, and forgive me, what was your name, young man?
Ruprecht.
Yes. Gotrek and Ruprecht, if you get up to the coach, please. So there's like a very, very old-looking fella, sort of really old, sort of gray-haired guy, fairly slim, who seems to be the coachman, dressed in like a very sturdy-looking brown leather cloak wrapped around his figure. You can see his old, wrinkled hands clutching the reins of the two horses that are tied up front to the coach. And there's a bit of space on both sides of him, so you can take like seat next to him, basically. Both of you.
I climb my way up. Sit next to him.
Yep.
He gives you a look, and he says, "Hello, my name is Ernst."
Gotrek.
Astrid, or Ruprecht.
He gives you a look. "Excuse me, what did you say, young one?"
Oh, I'm hungover really bad. That was my brother's name. I mumbled. Her sister's name. Ruprecht.
He gives you a completely confused look and says, So what is your name then?"
Ruprecht.
Ruprecht, I see. Well, I get Jürgen. Looks like you're not the only one who has had some issues recently. The guard sort of holds his head and says, "A bit quiet, please, old one, if you may. Today's youngsters can't hold their liquor. Ready whenever you are, boss," he says to Andre. Andre says, "All right, let's get going then." And you slowly start moving towards the gate of the town of Sansi. And at the gate, you see there's a small group of men waiting for you. You ride towards it. The gate slowly opening, and you can see amongst the men that is waiting, two figures that are familiar: the blonde fella Lutz and Mr. Rafka himself, who looks horribly hungover. He looks like maybe he hasn't slept at all. You're not sure. He's like clutching his walking stick, and he looks to you as you ride past, and he just calls out, "So, make sure you return my property to me."
Of course.
Maximilian will pay you until you get back. As you ride past and out onto the road.
Who's in the coach with me?
So in the coach with you is opposite you. So you're sitting next to Maximilian Steiger himself. The interior of the whole coach is basically two benches with a bit of like leather seating opposite one another. So you can sort of look at each other. There is windows. They're covered with drapes. Surprisingly warm inside the coach. It looks like a decent-ish coach inside. However, it is not a very smooth journey. The coach is like jumping up and down at all times. It's by no means it is like driving a car or anything like that. It's much more bumpy than that. Opposite you are the bride herself, Helena, Rafka or Steiger, whatever you want to call her, and her her friend, who seems to be called Barbara, from what you have gathered, who seems to be accompanying her. She's also about the same age. They're both sort of 20-ish. Helena has these two sort of honey blonde, dark blonde braids, and Barbara has her hair open and sort of brownish hair.
Okay. Well, I start talking about to the. Sorry, do you hear an echo?
No, not really.
Oh, it's just me then. No problem.
Yeah, sometimes usually goes away after a while.
Okay. I start talking to Helena about the pregnancy, how far she's in.
It's been about 7 months now.
Wow, it's won't be too long then anymore.
Yes, we think that the baby will come sometime around the middle of winter. And her friend Barbara like reaches out and clutches her hand and says, "I'll be all right, my dear. Don't worry. We'll go through this together. Don't worry. I'll be with you." Thank you, Bibi. Thank you. Maximilian says, "Oh, of course. Everything will be fine, my dear. Don't worry. My son, our son or daughter, I suppose, will have a very, very warm welcome into this world of ours. We have some people that will take care of it, a good herbalist in our village that will help you out with that. Don't you worry about anything. I have prepared a warm home for you and the child, be it boy or girl. You'll see."
I can imagine you'd be looking forward to having an heir, a boy.
Well, Maximilian gives you a look and says, "I already have a son, but he's not interested in taking over my business. I'm afraid his interests lie elsewhere. But yes, if the child is a boy, he will definitely be my heir and taking over everything once I'm gone and have gone through the final gate."
Oh, well, will we meet your other son?
Yes, of course. Waldman is in the village. He's keeping an eye on things while I'm away. You'll get to meet him.
Yeah, nice. It will be a pleasure to make his acquaintance.
Yes, I'm sure it will. And you do realize that Helena and Barbara, which she calls Bibi, are definitely a bit cautious or maybe just shy while Maximilian is there. So they're not prepared to speak about any things of true significance, let's put it that way. They're quietly talking amongst themselves about small nothings, really, about dresses and preparations for the baby's birth and such. And they both give me a scrutinize check, in fact.
Okay. Sheets.
Sorry?
That's success.
Okay. So you get the feeling that Helena is nervous. She's putting on a brave face, but she's clearly nervous about a situation that she doesn't really have much control over, really. Her friend is trying to be supportive, basically. But yeah, both are quiet around Maximilian, definitely.
Yeah, I'll try and figure out what they're thinking as soon as he's out of the coach.
Well, he doesn't look like he's about to exit the coach anytime soon, I'm afraid.
No, I figured. But
Anyway.
Maybe something will happen.
Yep. Anyway, while this is happening, Andre is riding next to the coach. He's basically telling the rest of you, the three of you, and also his soldiers, although they probably already know what's going to happen during the journey. So he says, it will take us, while he's riding, it will take us the better part of the day to reach Vorberg. But if we do not rest for too long during for a lunch break. We should make it before nighttime. I am not quite certain if what has happened with the other wagons that were supposed to arrive yesterday, but just to make sure, we'll try not to be surprised by darkness around here. Me and our new companion here, Garrett, right? Was it?
Yeah, Garrett.
We'll ride ahead a bit, maybe about half a mile or so, and make sure that everything's all right on the road. You just stick to the road. If you have any trouble, we'll come back soon enough. I don't expect much trouble, though. I mean, we came through here just 3 days ago, and everything was fine.
So as Astrid like to strike up a conversation with the coachman there.
Andrew looks at you and says, any other questions? Nothing? All right, then. Everything's clear. Jürgen, Marcus, and Udo will be close by in case anything happens. Get it? And he starts riding a bit faster, overtaking the coach and slowly riding down the road in front.
I'll join him.
Yeah, the coach's not very fast, so it's you can easily ride back and forth if you desired over the course of the journey, really. But he seems to be wanting to strike out and stay maybe about, as I said, about a half a mile to a mile in front of the coach to see what's going on, basically, if in case there is anything on the road, any other trouble. All right, so Ruprecht, you want to strike a conversation with the coachman?
Yeah. Once we get going and we traveled for 10, 15 minutes, I'm just going to ask him, just see if I can get on friendly terms with him. He seemed like a amiable fella. So she's like, oh, so you're the senior coachman. It looks like you know your trade really well.
I'm the only coachman. There's not too many coaches around here, my young fella.
Yes,
in fact, has had this baby built only about, was it 6 months ago or so?
It's very nice. Indeed, you handle it very well. You find steeds, well groomed. I grew up around horses a little bit, and I know fine animals.
Oh, did you now? Yeah, horses are nice, much better than most people.
Yeah, and do you work with Dieter?
Dieter? Yes. I mean, you mean?
He's the gentleman who's bringing the wagons, if I recall.
Yes, he's Master Steiger's foreman. And that is what he is.
Oh, and he's a good guy. Are you surprised he's not here yet? Do you know what happened to the wagons?
I don't know about good guy, but he's usually trustworthy. I don't know what happened to the wagons. If I knew, I would tell everyone, of course. Don't know what happened. Could have been anything, really.
Are there orcs around here?
Orcs? Now, why would you ask that?
I heard rumors years ago there was orcs around Verborg or Vorberg.
Yes, it was about 12 years ago. That's true. Sure. People don't really like to talk about it, though. It's a dark time. Luckily, they
what happened? Oh, what happened?
Give me a charm check.
Just okay, 38. That's a fail.
Okay. He shakes his head. And you want to use a fortune point or keeping that?
Yes, I would like to use a fortune point.
All right.
Yeah. So re-roll.
Yes. An 8. That's much better. All right. So he looks at you and says, "It's a sad story. So, as I said, it was 12 years ago. A large mutant band had attacked the village. They threatened us about Maximilian and a couple others. Dieter and a man named Horst and a few others. They parlayed with them. Our local priest, Wilhelm, I suppose I should call him Brother Tryman. He went to get some troops from a nearby garrison, not far from Swanzi, in fact. He got back a day too late, though. The orcs were already gone. Maximilian had intimidated them. He had scared them with tales of a large army coming, or something like that. I mean, I wasn't there, but that's what I've been told. And they ran. Sadly, it's not the whole story.
Oh my. It sounds like a tragedy.
Well, as they were running away, the orcs, you see, some of the women folk and the children were hiding in a cave outside the walls. The orcs, they discovered them and they took them away. We never saw any of them again. And he leans in a bit and sort of whispers to you and says, Maximilian's wife and his daughter, they were with them, with the people who we lost.
Oh.
My wife, well, I suppose I was lucky she had died about a year before the attack.
Well, that's another tragedy, though. Wow, what a tale. That's incredible. And it was a band of orcs, and then they left. And so they disappeared after kidnapping the loved ones, and were never heard from again?
No,
Wow.
the orcs would have probably eaten them or something. They're savages, from what you've heard. Now, the army came. They killed a couple of the orcs, but most of them just ran. As I said, Maximilian, he saved us. He stood up to the orc big boss. He talked him down.
Is that so? Wow.
Yeah, you wouldn't say, but he can be quite strong-minded if he sets his will to something.
Interesting story. Wow, that's incredible. Yes, I'd heard rumors about this incident, but didn't realize the tragic side to it. There were also rumors of treasure.
Treasure? Well, there's always rumors of treasure. What do you mean with treasure?
I'd heard that the orcs had brought artifacts or strange relics or something like that.
Idiot tells that sort of story? Orcs don't have artifacts. They hardly build anything by themselves.
Interesting. Well, you know how rumors are. Strange things.
He turns to Gotrek, who's sitting at his other side, basically. What do you say to that? You seem sort of a soldier fella. You ever fought an orc before?
I have not. I used to live in the city more than fighting outside the walls.
Right.
They're the typical guild artisan and aristocrats of the city and just keep peace where I could.
Nah.
I've never seen an orc in my life.
Well, I have. I can tell you that. They're nasty brutes.
Put up
They're done for sure.
But you haven't seen one for a long time.
No, not for these 12 years past. Luckily, they're not. They're very fairly common up north, but not around here. Luckily, the northern barbarians keep them in check. I mean, savages killing each other, right?
I see. That's so interesting. You know a lot about this place, the area.
I've been living here all my life, of course. Anyway, better keep my eye on the roads.
Okay.
All right. You are traveling onward. Eventually, within the coach, Maximilian turns to you, Wanda, and he says, "So, old Rafka, he hired you to. What exactly did he hire you to do?"
Well, he was just curious about those wagons, and he wanted some reinforcements in case there should be any problems with the caravan. If we find them, we will escort your man Dieter back to Master Rafka, I think.
Yes,
that's all.
Yes, of course. That is what we all want. I mean, I would really want to thank you again for taking this job. The situation is a bit awkward. Hopefully, it will be solved as quickly, as painlessly as possible.
Yeah, I'm sure. Of course, I'm sure of that.
In fact,
probably just as you said, a broken axle or something like that.
Yes, indeed. He sort of moves a bit closer to you, leans in a bit, and says, "In fact, I'll be very, very thankful if you could give Master Rafka my sincerest. Well, I would like to make sure that you understand that from the bottom of my heart, I'm very sorry about the whole mess, and I would never try to cheat my own father-in-law. Surely Master Rafka would know this, right?"
Oh, I wouldn't be worried about that. I'm quite sure that he trusts you with all his heart, as you can see.
I mean,
otherwise,
you are his employee. So if you would put in a good word for me, I would be very thankful. If we understand this each other, right?
Yeah, of course, that can be arranged, and I wink at him.
Good, excellent. I see we're going to get along fabulously. Hopefully, you won't have to hang around for too long. Hopefully, within a day or two, the whole thing will be over and done with.
Well, I hope, of course, for Master Rafka that this will come to a swift solution. But on the other hand,
well,
I don't think it. Well, I wouldn't mind hanging out in the company of fine gentlemen just like yourself and your family.
Well, I mean, I am a married man, of course, but I assure you that I appreciate your help in all regards, and the help of your companions, of course.
Well, and we are very happy to assist.
Excellent. That's good to hear.
Thank you very much for your very warm and hospitable reception, by the way.
Well, yes, that's the least we can do. The least we can do. He nods and then takes out a small, what looks to be some sort of notebook, and starts rummaging through the pages, looking things up. Probably some sort of small business ledger or something. You're not quite sure.
Yeah, I probably didn't overhear the conversation Ruprecht was having upstairs.
The whole coach and everything is too loud for you. Might have heard like some muffled voices from outside, but not enough to make out anything now.
Yeah, no, okay.
All right. So moving over to the front of the journey, so to speak, where Andre Kessler is riding with Garrett. The road itself is fairly even. There's a few batches of forest here and there, but nothing significant, nothing large. 2 times you cross small streams on small bridges. The road looks old. It doesn't look particularly well kept, but well enough for wagons or a coach to travel along without any incidents. Andre looks fairly professional. He's looking around, keeping an eye on things, riding back and forth. Once an hour or so, he rides back to speak with Maximilian quietly to tell him everything's all right, and then comes back. And he does seem to generally try to get a bit of a read on you, Garrett, while you're riding with him. So he's like asking you a few questions here and there, like where do you come from, what are you doing, and like what brought you here into this area, and how do you know my old friend Gotrek?
From we grew up together in the city.
Oh, indeed, in Melgard.
Yeah.
Oh, you must have quite a few stories about it. I have been there myself for a few months here and there. It is a significant city, good place for sell sorts for sure. But eventually, I decided to move up further north a bit. It's a quieter life, and nearly as well paid in some ways if you find a decent place to stay.
Yeah, I moved out of the city myself. I have myself a place in a nearby forest.
I was going to say you do not really strike me as a city man, if you forgive me for saying this.
No, I haven't lived in the city for a very long time. As I said, I have my own home in the forest. I do that. I hunt. I sell skins. I make my living that way. Whilst I'm not working.
Must be a life that is simple in some ways and complicated in others, huh?
Well, it can be. Yeah, when the winter comes, it gets more complicated.
Yes, well, winter is coming soon. This northern climate. I had never seen snow until I was a man. Can you imagine that? In the southern trading cities, we do not really get snow much.
No, it's
if at all.
a fact of life at this end.
Well, yes. I have not, in fact, been this far north very long, so this will be my first proper winter up here. Any tips for survival? I do not wish to freeze and lose some toes and fingers and such. I have heard stories about these things happening and other body parts.
Get a good coat.
Yes, well, that is something. A good tip. Thank you. Anything more specific?
Just try not to run around the forest in the nude. It'll be okay.
Yes, I see.
Eat well, get some fat in your bones.
I will make sure to listen to this advice. Anyway, what say you? It is nearly noon. It's time for a short break. Have some food.
Yeah, I mean, I've been keeping an eye on areas as well, so I've been looking around. So if I see somewhere that I think will be a good spot, then I'll point it out.
Give me a general survival check with a +20.
Wow. Okay. So yes. So I'm not going to fail that one. I don't think. Got to get less than 80.
Not bad, but there's still a chance. Yes, 81, of course. Okay, so everything kind of looks the same to you. You could stop at any time. There's no you don't spot any significant great places to rest, but it's like open roads basically. A few patches of forest and just plains around you.
Right.
Any spot is as good as the other, basically. All right, so you just eventually you stop, and Andre says, "All right, let us head back and have a short break. I'm looking forward to some food myself." And you ride back, and the coach halts, and Andre says, "All right, everyone, half an hour. Grab some food, enjoy some sunshine. We probably won't see much sunshine for the rest of this year if what I've heard is correct." The old coachman Ernst goes, "Yeah, you can say that twice." And the coach comes to a stop. And everyone starts sort of getting down off their horses and stretching a bit. And one of the guards gets a small trunk from the coach and starts handing out a bit of food and dried meat and field rations, basically. A bit of beer skins and such. Maximilian gets up and takes Andre aside to speak to him. The rest of the guardsmen and the coachman are just like sitting down on like a few rocks and such on the ground. The two women stay in the coach. They have their meal there.
Well, Rupert gets off the coach and stretches and goes back to where the food's being handed out. Is that for everybody?
Yeah, that's for everybody, yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, if you ask Maximilian, says, well, yes, I have promised to take good care of you while you are traveling with me. So I'll make sure I'll get a good room for you at the inn when we reach Vorberg. And food along the way, of course.
I kind of take, would it be Garrett, who's the bushman?
Yeah, Garrett.
Right, yeah. So I go up to Garrett and I say, hey, we should look for some wagon tracks, see if it actually came through here in the last day or two.
Have I seen anything like that while I've been traveling up the road?
Give me another survival check. You haven't really been taking too much attention to the road, but I mean, wagon tracks would be fairly obvious.
Yeah, they would be. Yeah, okay.
You said 3 wagons that had how many 75-pound bales? Yeah, they're pretty big wagons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm failing.
No, it's again a 20 plus 20. As I said, wagon tracks are fairly obvious.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
35 is is a success. Yeah. So you're taking a look at the road. You don't see any tracks. Like you see one single pair of tracks that is a couple days old, but that's only one wagon, you think, at the most, that came through here.
I'll imagine that the road, because it's not very well repaired, it will have ruts in it anyway from wagons if they don't maintain it. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, but not many. This is not a road that's been traveled heavily by wagons as such.
Right.
But no, you don't spot any recent tracks.
I think if anything was like, if there's any wagons on the side of the road, we would have noticed them, wouldn't we, really?
It's hard to say. But probably, yeah.
And they're quite big, aren't they?
Yeah, the wagons would, what you've heard, the wagons would have to be fairly big, yeah. Not like small hand carts.
No.
All right. Would anyone else would like to do anything while you're during the short break?
I would just get off the coach, stretch my legs, just like grab some ale, relax under the tree, and just like general like rumor, just seeing how people are doing, what's been going on lately before the wedding, anything they've heard.
Just talking with people in general?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, give me a rumor check.
No.
Okay. Well, people are mostly busy eating and relaxing a bit. No one seems particularly talkative at the moment.
Well, Wanda gets out of the coach as well and talks to her fellows to find out if they've learned anything along the road.
Okay. Yeah, you can share whatever you have might have learned talking to the coachman and such.
Yeah, I tell them about the incident and the missing townsfolk, and Maximilian's first wife, I guess, was one of the victims, and so on, and that the orcs were a real thing and they'd been here, and but it disappeared.
Wow. Well,
yeah.
It's certainly worth. I'll check with Maximilian when I'm back in the coach, see if I can find out anything more about his involvement. If he talked down that orc leader, that sounds so. Wow.
Yes. And did you chat with Maximilian while you were in there?
Well, I tried, but they aren't very talkative. Helena seems a bit shy or holding back whenever Maximilian's around, and well, he was mostly worried about our employment by Mr. Rafka. So maybe now that you mention it, this would be a good time to go back in the coach and have a chat with Helena now that she's alone. And upon saying that, I'll do just that.
Okay. Yeah, the women are quietly talking and eating inside. They nod to you as you come back in. They don't seem to be as sort of wary around you because you're also a woman.
I say, wow, this certainly looks like quite a change for you. Must be very stressful.
Helena says, well, yes, with pregnancy and the everything, it's been a tricky couple of months.
I can imagine. It's a really big thing to go through.
Well, it's a time for us all to grow up eventually, right? That's what my father always says.
Yeah, that's true, but well, I trusted the
BB chimes in and says, don't you worry, my dear. As long as we're together, everything will be fine. Your child's son or daughter will be loved. You'll make a good home. Warburg is, I mean, I haven't been there, but it can't be such a bad place. You know that quite a few women from Swanzi are there, so you'll find or rediscover old friends, I'm sure. Yes, you're right. You're right. Everything will be fine. Thank you, BB. What would I do without you? Oh, you'll do just fine, dear.
You're going to stay indefinitely, Miss BB?
Well, at least until the child is well and truly out of any danger and such. So I'd say a year at least, maybe longer, depending.
What kind of danger would you be referring? Well, would I know if she's referring to any risks?
You know that the mortality rate amongst young children is very high.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
That's probably what she's just referring to. Usually it takes, like, once the child is about a year or so old, chances of survival are looking much better.
Yeah, indeed.
Basically. So that's what she's referring to.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's it for now.
All right. Yeah, and then Andre says, all right, everyone, that was the break. Let's get up. We want to reach Vorberg before nightfall. So come on, let's get going. Maximilian says, well, you've heard. Andre, come on. And you all get up to your usual positions, and the journey continues. As afternoon slowly is tipping down into evening. As you are continuing, sorry, go ahead, yeah.
I was just going to remind Garrett to keep an lookout for tracks or any sort of disturbance where wagons may have been intercepted or left the road. I'm going to watch too from on top of the wagon.
Yep. Both of you give me survival checks with plus 20.
Oh, I got a critical finally.
A critical success, excellent. The first one of the night. Wow, that took a while. And Garrett?
What am I rolling again?
Survival check with plus 20.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming you're still trying to look out for like cart tracks and stuff. 34, yeah. So both of you are pretty damn sure that no carts have recently passed through here. In fact, Ruprecht, you are pretty sure that the single one tracks that you can see is probably this very coach when it came from Varberg and went to Swanzi a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So that's pretty much the only thing. So there's the wagons haven't even made it this far. Whatever happened.
And we're past halfway now too, right?
Yes, a fair bit past halfway.
So the wagons probably never left. Well, keep an eye out anyway. And I'll try to talk to the coachman again and just try to put him at his ease and get him more information about the area, about what sort of threats, if it's just brigands or if...
There's the occasional brigand, but generally the area is fairly safe. The last bit of trouble was 12 years ago. And ever since then, they had never had any really bad stuff going on.
Nice. Okay.
And brigands are mostly thieves, not like full-on like murderers and like throat cutters. However, you do hear that recently Maximilian has taken in a group of northerners to help out as like casual laborers on the fields for the hemp that is being harvested. They need extra labor during the autumn months, and Ernst isn't too happy with these northerners. They are a bit of a weird, like barbarians, basically, as he said before.
Oh, I see.
But
Not
so
locals.
far, they haven't caused any major trouble. Anyway, slowly the afternoon comes towards the evening. The terrain turns into rolling hills. The small forests are starting to become thicker. It is late afternoon, a couple of hours before dusk. You figure you mustn't be too far from the village. Maybe another hour and a half will probably take you there. And Garrett, Andre has ridden ahead a bit, a couple 100 yards, and basically told you to keep in touch with the coach. And you eventually see him coming back fairly quickly, riding on his horse, and he looks troubled, sort of coming around the corner of the road.
Okay,
and he's riding.
I'll ride up to meet him.
All right, he stops, and he looks, as I said, he looks troubled and a little pale, and says, "There's something terrible has happened. I found the coach, the missing ones. They're just up ahead around the curve of the road."
Okay.
Listen, the coaches, they're not alone. There's about 7 or 8 men with them, but they're not alive anymore. I think we might be in for some trouble. Some major trouble.
Okay, he says, so we need to basically find out what the situation is, don't we? Is there a way I can...
Listen, we take care that Maximilian and the women are not disturbed too much. If they see what is going on up ahead, they will be shocked. A pregnant woman, that is not a sign for her eyes. We need to come up with some sort of story or something.
Well, I think if you can go ahead and stop the wagon and gather what men you can and bring them back, I'll scout ahead and see what I can find out about the wagons.
We'll try not to deal too much attention. I will go back. I will talk to Master Steiger. You ride ahead, but be careful. The attackers, they might still be close by, and they're probably quite a significant group from what I have seen. If they could overcome 3 wagons and at least 8 or 10, even 10 men, well, as I said, we might be in for some trouble. Keep your eyes open. I will slow the coach down and then come back.
Okay.
He rides past you towards the coach.
Okay, I'm going to move slightly a bit more to by horse down the road until I get in view of the wagon. Then I'm going to get off my horse and I move through the woods.
Okay. So you see around the corner, you stop where you stop your horse. You can see 3 wagons standing in the middle of the road, maybe 100 yards away from you.
Yeah.
Around the bend, basically. And there's you can see several bodies of horses and men lying around the wagons.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. You said it's quite wooded now.
Yes, there are trees. It's not like a full-on forest everywhere, but there's like groups of trees quite a lot with just like small fields between them.
Well, I'm going to get off the road and I'm going to move stealthily through the forest towards the wagons.
All right.
Just in case anybody's kind of watching or...
Bad idea for sure. That will be a stealth check, please. And I believe you have a bonus of plus 20 in
I do, yeah.
area. That is correct. So that would apply in this case. This is a forest, is a rural area, obviously.
Okie dokie. Let me just... Right. 78.
Yeah.
9.
All right.
Yep.
You are quiet as a ghost as you slip through the forest, barely a rustle marking your way. And how close do you want to get to the scene?
I want to get close enough so I can see it, and I want to get close enough to see what I basically want to do is see if there's anybody watching the wagons.
Okay.
Because eventually I want to be able to go into the road and I want to check the area and see if I can find out where the attackers went.
So you're sort of circling around to see?
I'm kind of, I just want to make sure there's nobody watching it, like some sort of ambush.
Okay.
Basically.
Okay. Yeah, you circle around. How much time do you want to take for this? Because Andrew is coming back, so you want to have like half an hour.
But they're coming back, so I mean, I reckon they're going to have to talk to them. They're going to have to get together and do some stuff and then come back again. So I'm going to give myself like 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Circling around, taking a good look at, you do not spot anyone close by. You do definitely spot a number of tracks, a fairly large number of tracks. The attackers must have come from the woods, and they also left back into the forest. And it looks like they came sort of roughly from the east, which is the direction you've been traveling in, so the direction of Vorberg, the village itself. Right, okay. So did they come from the same location? So when they came out of the woods, did they return back the same way they came? Pretty much. It looks that's as far as you can gather anyway. So that's basically where they are. Then we need to head in that direction if we're going to find them. I mean, possibly, yeah. If there's no one around, I'm gonna basically step onto the road and see if there's anybody left alive. Okay. So what you see is, firstly, give me a resolve check, because the whole thing is pretty gruesome. There's butchered horses. There's dead men with arrows sticking out of them, just lying there. Okay. It's not a very, very pretty scene, all in all. It's willpower. Okay. Yes. Right. 42 is my willpower. 15. Yes. All right, you stay cool. I mean, you've seen dead animals before. The smell is not there yet, so this can't have happened too long ago. Well, I've been in battles before, so I'm guessing I've seen dead bodies before. So possibly, yes. You've been in the army and all that. So I mean, it's a nasty sight, but you've seen this before. While it's not nice for you, you shrug it off. Yeah. So what you can see is there's about 7 or 8 men here. They look like farmers, basically. They have very little weapons on them, a couple of spears and such, and most of them look like they've been shot to death. There's like 2 or 3 arrows sticking out of them. The arrows are fairly crudely made with viciously barbed iron heads. It looks like weapons and armor, if the people had any, would have been taken, although you do very quickly gather that the corpses have not been, the valuables have not been taken. There's a couple of like money pouches still at their respective owners, which are dead, of course. The 3 wagons, fairly large, although very simply built, are still filled with hemp, large bales, fully loaded. Right. Okay, I'll take the money pouches off the ones I find. Give me a, let me see. Roll me a d6. Oh, actually, no, roll me a, first, before you do that, roll me a awareness check. Okay. My awareness, 10, let's say. It's just plus 10, so it's plus 20. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to re-roll that because I've got the thing that allows me to re-roll. Yep. My awareness. Yeah. Oh, you have a, wait, what? You have a skill? Oh, you mean you awareness? Situation, yeah. Yeah, I have a, no, I have the situational awareness. I can re-roll stealth and awareness. That's right, the career skill, yes, of course. Yeah, yeah. So but this is your bread and butter. This is like the very thing that you're trained to do. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I've done it that time. So looking around, you do realize that this must have been a predetermined ambush spot because the horses have been hobbled by like gin traps, basically kind of like primitive bear traps that must have been hidden amongst like leaves and dirt on the very road. And you realize that stepping around might be dangerous because there might still be some of those traps around, like that untriggered potentially.
Okay, well that's kind of weird, isn't it? Because there's a few things I'm a little bit strange about here. Because as I'm sitting there looking at these bodies and examining stuff, I'm going to be thinking, well, firstly, this was not being well used, so obviously somebody knew this was going to happen. They were going to come.
Potentially,
because why would you place traps on a road that's hardly ever used? And secondly, why did that guy go off ahead alone and then suddenly come back? Like he was expecting to find.
Kept doing that all through the day, though.
Had he been doing that all through the day, had he?
Yeah, Andre did that all through the day. He kept. You were basically the guy who was keeping in line of sight to the coach, and he rode up ahead every now and then and came back. That was not.
Oh, okay, right. Okay. Because otherwise that would have been suspicious to me. That would have been a bit odd. Okay, so I'm getting a feeling that these people were, whoever did this, and I'm doing just a crudity of the arrows. I'm thinking probably bandits or something, but I'm also out of game. I'm thinking orcs.
You did see that the valuables have not been taken, so that strikes you as odd if they were bandits.
Yeah, exactly. I mean. The couple of money bags I found could have been overlooked, so there's always that possibility. They could have been disturbed. Somebody could have come up. They could have fled into the thing. Somebody came up. So anything could have happened there, but it seems a little bit odd. Like they were expected, but they didn't touch any of the hemp, which is interesting.
That is correct.
Anyway, so while I'm there and stuff, I'm gonna basically try to start moving the bodies off the road in order to keep anybody from seeing.
Okay.
So it's ready for them to be buried, I suppose.
Roll me a d6, please. Don't roll a 6.
I don't have much control over that, unfortunately.
Okay. You do manage to spot at least 2 traps that have been untriggered and carefully trigger them so they snap shut.
Right, okay.
You realize if you had stabbed in one of them, that would have been pretty bad.
Yeah, okay.
But luckily, skillfully, you avoided it.
Okay, I'm going to strap the traps to my horse because they may come in handy at some point. So it's worth keeping them. And I presume they can be reset.
Yeah, they can. It's a bit tricky, but with enough time, you can reset them. There's about maybe about a dozen or so traps around here, although you can't transport that many. Like they're they're pretty primitive, like made of very crude iron, very thick, heavy things.
Yeah. I'll take a couple and strap them to my my saddle.
Like 3 or something like that, if you want. Sure.
Anyway, I'll start moving the bodies off, so when the wagon turns up, there'll be less to sort of.
Well, you can certainly move the bodies of the men, but there's no way you can move the bodies of the horses unless you chop.
Oh them. No, yeah, there's no point. I'm not even trying to try that. Just the humans, I think.
Okay.
If people live rural lives, you often see dead animals. Do you know what I mean? It's not like it's unusual.
Yeah.
So it's got to be bodies of dead humans that are going to be the issue, I think. So are we moving them off the road?
Okay. So while this is happening, Andre has obviously returned back to the coach, and he sort of shouts out, "Stop! Stop! Might be a bit of trouble up ahead. Nothing for anyone to worry about too much. Master Steiger, a word, please." Steiger opens a window and says, "Yes, what is it? A word, please?" Andre sort of points to the side. Steiger hesitates for a moment, then nods, opens the door, and gets off, and they sort of move over to the side and quietly talk amongst each other. And those of you who are outside of the coach, you can see that Steiger sort of seems shocked from whatever Andre is telling him. But you can't overhear what they're saying. You're too far away, unless someone would try to.
I was just going to say, I just boldly get off and look like I'm totally... this is my business. I saunter up to where they're talking.
Give me a stealth check.
That's a pass.
How many degrees of success is that?
2, 3.
So you have
2.
What is so you rolled a 20. That is 2 degrees right there because a 2 and a 0. You take the first digit.
And then And you get your bonus.
Your agility bonus.
3. Okay, so 5.
So 5 degrees. Okay.
Yeah.
Andre looks up and sees you coming towards. He has more degrees with his awareness check. He sees you coming and says, sorry, sir, my friend. Please stay with the coach. We'll be continuing in a moment.
Are you certain? I'm wondering why we're stopped. Yeah.
Everything is all right. Just get back to the coach.
Okay. I reluctantly go. I don't mount the coach, though. I stand beside it and try to listen. But
yeah, he leans down. He's still sitting on a horse and whispers with Maximilian. They talk for a while. Maximilian nods, and he says, eventually, after like maybe 10 minutes or so of whispering back and forth, Maximilian says, "Well, it looks like there's a pretty badly rotten dead horse up ahead on the road. I'd rather spare the ladies this sight, so we'll just close the windows and ride past as quickly as possible. If some of you could just take the horse off the road a bit so that the wagon could pass unhindered, that would be great."
I jump off the coach and, oh yeah, no problem.
Yes, he points at the 3 guards and says, Jürgen, Marcus, Udo, you stay with the coach, please. You can borrow the horses if you want. The 3, they look a bit suspicious. Clearly something's going on, but they nod and sit like off and just walk with the coach now. The coach is slow enough that someone, if they hurry a bit, if they jog along, they could keep like up with the coach. And so you got anyone else wants to volunteer with Gotrek?
yes.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone, okay. So even you, Wanda.
Yeah, it's pretty weird what's going on.
Maximilian looks at you and says, "I don't think this is a necessary a sign for a woman. You better stay with us, my dear."
Well, if you're sure.
Yes, I think so. That's for the best. We just we don't want the smell in the coach. Just draw the blinds, the curtains properly, and you do realize, he's definitely disturbed. He's trying to act tough, but you don't even have to roll. There's definitely something up. But he's trying to, I don't know, deceive you, or maybe he's trying to protect his wife. You're not sure, but he does seem quite insistent.
Okay, well, I'll stay there. Something's going on, but well, maybe it's better if I stay with them to help out if something goes wrong on our side.
Okay. So the rest of you guys take horses and ride up with Andre and come upon Garrett just as he's pulling the last of the bodies off the road. And you see the sign. And as you see the sign, I'll have both of you also roll me resolve test, please. And tell me if you succeeded or not.
Success. Astrid.
All right. And
We're rolling resolve?
yes, resolve, please.
Yes, succeed.
All right. You are both, slightly shaken, but not too terribly. Even Astrid, who probably hasn't seen many dead people in her life.
Only seen a couple heretics burned at the stake.
Possibly.
And maybe some criminals being hung.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's a rough world.
No,
but yeah, definitely I'd be like, what? This is more than just a rotting horse. I turn to Wanda. The wagons. Look.
Wanda is back in the coach.
Oh, yes, of course. I go toward Garrett, and I notice the traps and the dead horses and such. Garrett, what's going on here? They just told us there was a dying horse. That's all. These are the wagons and the hemp.
We came up with just to not disturb the ladies. This is not a sign for a pregnant woman. These are the men. He looks around at the bodies. Although I do not see Dieter anywhere.
Oh, yes. I investigate the bodies, and I look at the weapons used and tracks, and just look around the area to see. Garrett, do you know who did this? What clues are there?
Gotrek, you're looking at the whole scene. I mean, you have military experience quite.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm just like surveying. Just like
So you
first time I've seen the wagon, I can probably put two to two together and figure out this is what.
Looking at the arrows specifically, you realize you're pretty sure this is mutant handiwork. They look like crudely fashioned, like self-made, viciously barbed arrows. No bandits would use something like that. No human bandits anyway.
Hey,
I'll
guys.
point it out to the others, tell them these were not made like by regular human hands.
Yes, and also the coachman told us a story about how Maximilian, or Herr Steiger, had about 12 years ago when the orcs first invaded, he had somehow made a deal with them.
Wait,
or
what?
Did
Did you say orcs? There was orcs here before?
Yeah, 12 years ago. There was a large orc band invaded the village of Vorberg, and
Oh, I have never heard anything of this.
yeah, I tell him the story.
Okay, he nods. But as you sort of launch into the story a bit more, he says, there is no time for this. We need to reach the village before nightfall. If these creatures are still close by, they would overwhelm us. There must have been at least 20 or so in a band attacking, maybe more. We cannot risk.
I'll say, well, they all went that way, and I'll point eastward into the forest. I say, if you want me to, I can go and see if I can follow their tracks and see how far they went. At least that way we can actually warn the village.
Are you crazy? You want to follow a group of orcs into the forest by yourself?
Oh well, I'll take Gotrek.
I would not. No.
You say that, I just like my eyes open and I just shake my head no.
That is a bad idea, my friend. A very bad idea. The first thing we need to do is to get the coach to Vorberg. Then we can figure other things out.
These wagons, did they only have one horse each?
They had 2 horses each, and there's 6 dead horses there.
Right. I was saying we could probably take a couple of these wagons back as well. If we hitch the horses and people can get onto the wagons rather than ride the horses.
That is, he looks around. We could maybe take 1 wagon, but even that would slow us down. These wagons are slow and heavy. No, the wagons have not been touched by the orcs or whatever these mutants or whatever they were. They will survive here another day if necessary. My duty is to the lives of the people. We need to get going.
Herr Kessler, you said that you did not see Dieter's body.
I do not see it. He looks at Garrett and says, you remove the bodies, yes? They are all the bodies there, over there?
Yeah.
Well, Dieter is not amongst them. Maybe these monsters have taken him.
And there's something going on. Do you know, Kessler, quickly, do you know anything connection with your master 12 years ago when he negotiated with these orcs?
I know nothing of orcs. This is the first time I hear this story. I have only been in his employment for a few months. Whatever this story is, I have not heard it before. Orcs, there are no orcs in the south where I come from.
I see.
Anyway, there is no time for long talks now. Get the horses if we can. Let us work together, push the wagons a little to the side so that the coach can pass. You, Garrett, you keep an eye out just in case. We do not want to be surprised by these.
Yeah, I'll do. I'll move the bodies one side. I mean, it will just be a case of just moving all the other stuff. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on the towards the east mainly.
All right.
Are all the traps taken care of, Garrett?
Yeah, they're all gone.
Okay.
Yes. Well, let us do this then. So you together like push the 3 wagons a little to the side, to the edge of the road, basically, and pull the dead horses. It's not very nice work. The horses have clearly been dead for a bit. They're not stinky yet, but still, there's like dried blood everywhere. The first flies have arrived, so it's pretty nasty work. But together, you manage to pull all the horses, all the 6 horses aside, and basically build a corridor so that the coach can pass through. And yeah, and Andre looks around and says, well, I suppose this is it. Let us go.
Just one last question, though. You say they took nothing or anybody. They just killed everybody and left.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, Garrett said Garrett, did they take the loot? Like they left the hemp, they killed slaughtered the horses.
Right. Garrett, you took the coin pouches of the men, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, the coin pouches are obviously gone. So it looks like the mutants have taken them. And you gain about 14 shillings in total amongst.
No, what I'll say was, if they ask about the money, I'll say I found some coin pouches on these two. I'll pay you'll pay the men to bury the dead when we get to the town.
All right. So how many? So let's say you found about 14 silver on them.
Yeah, I'm using that money to pay for somebody to come and bury them.
Okay.
What do you guys think? This is very strange. They just killed everybody. Didn't take any valuables.
Mutants are mutants. Who knows what they do, why they do what they do. Never mind that. We will have time to talk when we reach the walls of Vorberg. Now let us return and hurry. We only have about an hour of daylight left. Maybe the hour and a half.
And around here discussing what might have happened.
Yes. Let us get going.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So you return to the coach. And Bibi is very skeptical, and you can hear her. Oh, wait, well, actually, Wanda is still behind. So you noticed that Bibi was skeptical and demanded to know what was going on. But Helena, kind of embarrassed, sort of shushed her. Maximilian sticks with his story, and the coach drives through with their windows closed and the curtains drawn so that the people within the coach cannot see outside. And you drive through without any incident. After that, Andre falls back a bit and talks to Maximilian very quietly. Wanda, you hear them mentioning the name Dieter a couple times. Maximilian looks a little relieved. And then Andre returns back to you, Garrett, and you again ride ahead, not as far this time. You're keeping an eye on things. And this goes on for about an hour as the skies and the land slowly goes darker. And then you can see ahead of you, rounding the top of a wooded hill, you look down upon a village nestled amongst fields, surrounded by a timber palisade. Behind it, there is a particularly large and steep hill. It looks a little unusual, with like a tree line that ends below the summit, and there is a ridge with two rocky peaks side by side. It looks kind of like horns, even jutting out of this hill that's rising right behind the village. And as Andre sees that, he breathes a sigh of relief and says, "Now let us hurry. We have a half an hour of daylight left. Go!" And you ride towards Vorberg and reach, slowly but surely, pushing through the fields, the gates of the village, which are closed, and you can see several armed figures looking at you from on top of the palisade. It looks like the people here are aware that there's some trouble brewing. But this will be the tale of another time, and we'll pick that up next week, next Sunday, around the same time. This was our first session. And we have arrived in Vorberg, and we have had some fun. We have seen some dead people, and we have heard rumors of the past, and maybe rumors of the future. We will see. Anyway, for now, True Mask Games says thank you for watching. Tune in next week. This was part 1 of A Bitter Harvest. Another 2, 3, maybe even 4 parts are coming up. We will see. And as always, good luck with your own games. Until we see each other again, I hope you got a good glimpse of what Zweihänder might be about. You'll get more glimpses in the future. And as I said before, there is a link in the description underneath the video, linking to a video that I made explaining the core rules of Zweihänder, in case you were a bit confused with like degrees of success or checks that we were making and so on and so on. But more things will be revealed in the future. Until then, thanks for watching, and good night, and bye-bye.